Hello and welcome back to 90 Days of Web Development. My name is Kevin. This is day number 12. If you haven't joined us before, I am doing 90 days, about 4 hours each day, so 360 hours in total of learning web development, expanding my skill set, and doing it all live on stream here, and doing accomplishing that by focusing for 24 minutes at a time with pomodoro sessions. And so we do 10 pomodoros of 24 minutes each, and we do a short break in between, and then a lunch of 40 minutes after the fifth pomodoro is complete. So we're going to review our notes from Tuesday, from day 11, and review the CSS colors that we reviewed, or that we did on Tuesday, using Free Code Camp. Today we're going to then look at best practices for styling forms, and we're going to do a couple workshops and a couple labs, and apply some of that knowledge. And so let's get started with that for today. We've got quite a lineup for us ahead of us, and also before I move on, I do have a schedule set for the coming month. So for the month of June and ending May, first off, we're going to do styling forms today, and we're going to review styling forms on tomorrow. Go to the box model. So the flow that I have is to learn, to do that one session, to do that one Free Code Camp section, save the review for the day after, and then save the quiz for the day after that. So it's kind of like learn, review, test. So we go on June 1st, we're going to do Flexbox, and then learn and review Flexbox on Tuesday, and then on Thursday we do a quiz on Flexbox. So that's kind of like the way that I'm trying to space out this learning, so that it just sticks a little bit longer into memory, before I review it again and then apply it. So really just I'm trying to focus on completing this one CSS course on Free Code Camp, because it's really something that I've not put enough time into, and I feel like it's a real core topic that would speed up a lot of the work that I've already been doing in like styling some things on my stream, and it'll make things go a little bit smoother in the future. So a big month ahead. We have the start of the certification. Wait, that might not be true. The certification projects. I think I did a certification project already. Did I not? Oh no, this is the first one for the CSS. I think I did one for... Okay, so I did one for HTML. We built a survey form. Yeah, okay. And there's probably not one in here. Computer Basics was just, yeah. Theory, review quiz. And yeah, it's not a bad not a bad layout for this course. I do think that like students benefit, and myself, I will benefit from having the review and the quiz spaced out. It's neat to have it in this one section, And so it kind of gives you the freedom to kind of blow through it, or take the approach that I'm advocating for. But if you're going linearly through here, you're thinking that the course is kind of designed to flow you through in a linear fashion. I'm like learning this stuff, then putting this stuff aside for future days, and then jumping to the next section. I just think that's a better way to structure your learning sessions. Just so you get more repetitions of recall with increasing space in between, and that helps your brain to really solidify those connections and commit it to long-term memory. That way, make it easier to recall. You gotta practice it. You have to practice recall. Okay, so that's the plan for for June. Lots of certification projects. We have build a page of playing cards, build an inventory app, build a technical documentation page, build a product landing page, and then at the end there's the exam. So every week we're gonna have a certification project that we'll work on and really put like a lot of effort into, go above and beyond, and try to use those as showcases for like what we've learned so far. Yeah, and like flex a little bit and show knowledge that we haven't quite learned yet. But I really am excited about doing these animation things. Learning about layouts is going to be good. I think next week, finally maybe understanding the box model and Flexbox. And yeah, I think that's going to be, there's a lot of good topics that I need to cover to feel more comfortable with different layouts in CSS. We got the basics down of like selectors and how you select from different structures of from the HTML structure. So feeling pretty good with that. Getting a lot of practice with that. So let's review colors, and what I'm going to do, I'm going to save this like I always do. With color theory, I can select all maybe. Let me see. Just let's see here. We'll get this, and yeah. So they have a whole bunch of stuff there. So let's copy that. Move this to the 90 days, or actually we're moving this to quizzes because that's kind of like where we want to pull from for quizzes. CSS Colors review. Oops, I wanted to do it. Wait, is that what I wanted? Maybe I did want it like that. Yeah, we will do it with the styling. We're gonna have to do a little bit of cleanup here, the sandbox here. We're gonna have to clean up these sandboxes, but we'll take it little by little here and go over this. So we have some definitions here. I have a color theory definition. This is the study of how colors interact with each other, how they affect our perception, covers color relationships, color harmony, and the psychological impact of color. And these colors, which are yellow, blue, and red, are the fundamental hues for which all other colors are derived, as our primary colors. And, yellow, blue, and red, although in our model, the RGB model, it seems to make it that green is the primary color rather than yellow. Secondary colors result from mixing equal amounts of two primary colors. Green, orange, and purple are examples of secondary colors. Tertiary colors are colors that result from combining a primary color with a neighboring secondary color, yellow, green, and blue-violet, right? So they have to be a neighboring secondary color on the color wheel, right? Okay, warm colors are like the reds and the oranges. Yellows evoke feelings of comfort, warmth, and coziness. While cool colors, including blues, greens, purples, evoke feelings of calmness, serenity, and professionalism. So purple being like the magenta, like not the magenta. Magenta's kind of red shifted, right? Purple being the, more blue color. And the color wheel is a circular diagram that shows how colors relate to each other. It's an essential tool for designers because it helps them to select color combinations. Excuse me. Analogous color schemes. These color schemes create cohesive and soothing experiences. They have analogous colors which are adjacent to each other in the color wheel, right? And complementary colors create high contrast and visual impact. Their colors are located at opposite ends of the color wheel relative to each other. And when you do a triadic color scheme, then you're like insetting an equilateral triangle so that all colors are equally distant from each other. Yeah, so the color... it's a color scheme with vibrant colors, a triadic color scheme. They are made from colors that are approximately equidistant from each other. If they are connected, they form an equilateral triangle on the color wheel. Monochromatic color scheme is where you just have all colors are derived from the same base color. You just adjust the lightness and darkness and the saturation. Lightness, darkness being two sides of the same coin. This evokes a feeling of, what now? Unity and harmony while still creating contrast. That's what I try to evoke on this, with my color scheme here. The blues here are very calm, serene, and professional, I guess. I guess we're professional here. Different ways to work with colors in CSS. So we have named colors, where you just, give it a name. It's nominative coloration. Blue, dark red, green, light green are examples. And most IDEs, this one including, will have a little swatch that will show you what color is resulting, and that's kind of like a good way to test, like, does that color exist? With the name. Does the name exist? The RGB function stands for red, green, and blue, the primary colors of light. The three colors are combined with different intensities to create a wide range of colors. The RGB function allows you to define colors using the RGB color model, and so we can add this here. We can have a little HTML here. We can have a link rel to a style sheet, right? But that's not going to work though. Styles.css. This shouldn't work. Let me see, because right, and then if we do it like that, so that's just our code, right? So if we do CSS, then on the side of that we set color RGB 255.010, and that won't show up for us here, but that's okay. Let's see. Yeah, okay. And we can actually like show this in here. If I do like, I can just make a span element here, or I could even just have a P element here. And what we'll do is we'll do a style, and the style is going to just be P color RGB 25500 with that, and we can just do RGB color here, and that should show it. It didn't show it. Actually, I think what you have to do is do a span. No, it doesn't. Okay, I think what do? You have to actually just remove the selector, I think. There it is. Okay, so we can do like P style. I think you just need to do it like that. Okay. Yeah. And so that's the result then. I don't know if I really want to focus on just copying this stuff over or not. Doesn't really matter. RGBA function adds a fourth value, alpha, that controls the transparency of the color if not provided the alpha value defaults to 1. So if we do HTML and we do a link to the style sheet, whatever. Just like implicitly, we know that there's going to be a link to the style sheet. We can just take this, copy that, and do the little thing here, do a style. Do background color like that, and do RGBA background /P. There we go, and then that has the RGBA background right there. So Obsidian allows us to insert some HTML elements and styling inline. You can do inline styling that just has the most specificity, so that can override anything that that Obsidian is trying to do. We also have the HSL function, which was you can put like HSL color and CSS for that one. We're gonna have, looks like you're doing green, so P tag, your color is going to be HSL. Now let me predict where this is going to be, because green is 120, I think. So if you start at red, right? Red is 0, and then the green is going to be 120 degrees. Blue would be 240, and then red again would be 360, which is the same as 0. So I think that's what it would be. And if you set the 100% of saturation, and then you set 100% of the color part. And so let me see if this will yield the same result. So we'll do style equal to color HSL 120, 100% of the lightness as well as the saturation. And we can say then HSL color /P. Oh, it didn't work. That doesn't work. Why doesn't that work? Did I not do this right? I think you do this as degrees, right? HSL. So you can't do... Do we have to put the percentages in, don't you? Don't you have to use the percentage? Let me see. Oh, do you need the commas? Is that right? I thought the newer spec doesn't need the commas. HSL. I did do HSL, right? 100%. 50%. Oh, right, because... Oh, yes. That's right. That's right. I messed it up. Right, 100% lightness is white. 0% lightness is black. 50% is the normal color. In between. Yes, okay. Right. They didn't say, like, they didn't specify that, but, you know, that's what we did. Figured it out. Okay. The HSLA color. This is good to go through, actually. We forgot something, and now I remember it. HTML here. You're going to just do div HSLA background, of course. And CSS is probably going to be set div and background color, and it's going to be HSLA, and that looks like a little saturated red, so let's go with 0. It's a little desaturated, right? So I think we'll go like 50%, and then it's like 50% of the color, the normal color. And then in order to show the other thing, or actually the opacity, maybe we're doing like half opacity, and that's gonna like desaturate it a little bit. So let's go with that and see if that is what... Let's do this as a div like they did. And we'll do style. And we'll call this HSLA background. And let's see, does that work? Yes, it does. It's going to be harder to see here. The color is, the text color is white because I have a dark theme. Yeah, that's what they said. 0.5 on the opacity. Okay. Hexadecimal codes, we did those. So let's see. There's she there. There's she. We got a different HTML. We've got a H1 with a class of hex text and a hex text H1. I wonder if we can do... We can't inject CSS as I can't do style like here, right? Can I do this? Can I do it like that? And do a style here, and then if I do the class of hex text and then set the color to red, and then I have this like H1 element where I do this. Let's make a H1 element. It just doesn't give us the style. I can't do that either. Yeah, so it doesn't set the style for the page here. I wonder if we set this inside of a div, would that work? Inside of a different container? No, it doesn't. Still doesn't work. What about a section? No. Okay, so you have to do it inline anyway. Yeah. And using inline styles, you can't do the usual like class selectors, because you're actually just like, I'm selecting that element anyway. That's what style it's going to have. So you only do the key value pairs for that. So Obsidian just kind of does some sane washing here to make sure you're not overriding styles. So what if I did like important here? Would that work? No, it doesn't work. Okay, yeah, because that would affect the entire page, right? Wow, I don't know. I guess maybe because then styles would have to be in the front matter or the header. Can we add a header? I don't think that works though, right? I don't think you can just like inject a header or head before everything else. You know, I don't think you can put a head in the body. Don't put your head in the body. Okay. Yeah, so that won't work. But it would work if we were able to. The way to do it on here then would be to do style. We do color equal to like red, and then background color for the other thing. Yeah, be yeah. Okay, whatever. Yeah. Let's see, this is the example here. 5733. Paragraph element. And let's see, paragraph style, text background, there we go. That's the same thing they got going on there. That okay. You know about hex colors. The box shadow property applies one or more shadows around an element. There's offset values in the X and the Y. That's the first two values that you enter in there. Oh, you know what? We didn't even start the pomodoros. I'm so out of it. So I'll start the pomodoros, and there we go. Okay. Let's do this like this here. Okay. So positive X moves shadow to the right, and negative loop moves to the left, and the Y moves, positive Y moves shadow down, and the negative moves it up. If a value is 0, you do not need to include a unit. And blur radius, this optional value controls how blurry the shadow appears. If not included, it defaults to 0, which creates sharp edges. The higher the value, the softer the shadow. And the spread radius is also one that you can use. It's an optional value, controls how much the shadow expands or shrinks. I think there's some like interplay between spread and blur radius. But I've got to play around with that. Shadow color can be specified using named color text values or the usual RGB, RGBA, HSL, and HSLA functions. In set keyword places the shadow inside the element instead of outside. I don't know if we reviewed that. Hopefully there'll be a example here. Applying multiple box shadows. Separate them with commas. Shadows are layered from the front to back. What? I didn't know you could do that. Separate them with a comma. Well, we're going to have to mess around with that then. Let's see if this works. So they're saying you got this HTML. You do this div class is shadow boxer, shadow color example, and that div, and so you're going to style this all. This is going to be a little bit of CSS here for this, right? A little bit there, shadow boxer. You need to specify the width and the padding for the inside. What do you call it? The inside text. 10px, 10px, 20px, and then RGBA 0.5. O'Reilly. The div, we're going to do a div. We're going to have the style set to width is going to be 200 pixels. Padding is going to be 20 pixels. The background color is going to be light blue. And a box shadow of 10 pixels, 10 pixels, 20 pixels. RGBA 0.5. Is that what it is? The coffee is blocking my view. And then let's see that div with some color example here. Let's see. Oh, there it is. Hard to see this. What we'll do is set the color black for that. There we go. Shadow color example. And then what we'll do, we'll probably like nest this inside of another div just to give it a little bit of let's go with background color of white, and we'll just do some margin around, or padding. We'll do padding around as let's do 30 pixels so that we see it all around. And then here, I don't know if this is possible. It quite isn't. Okay, so we can't nest a div inside of a div unless we do it this way, I think, maybe. No, it won't work in Obsidian. Okay, well, that's a bummer. Did I just, Oh, you know why? Okay, so I fucked up. That's why. There we go. Yeah, there it is. There we go. Shadow color example. And that's the same example that they have. We just have a different font because that's our default font is different. All right, so how do you do multiple box shadows if you separate them with another shadow? So if I go even further, 20 pixels, and do a blur radius of 20 pixels, and rather than black, let's go with a hex code. Let's do a little purpley one. That. So, okay, so we have this one. We have this black color, and then this other purple color in the background. But if I do, let's do this without the blur radius so that like it's a little bit clearer. There it is. Okay, so you can do these like that. Okay, and then we can set another blur radius that's layered underneath. Oh my gosh, that is so cool. Okay, you can do multiple layers. That is pretty nifty. I really enjoy that. Okay, let's add this to our example here. We'll add that one there. And then here we'll edit. Oh gosh, what am I doing? What am I doing? What am I doing? Why do we do it? There we go. Yeah, cool. Cooly magooly. And then let's just increase the padding here to 40. Let's make sure that we cover everything. That looks good. Okay. All right, and then we had linear and radial gradients that we looked at. So linear gradients create a gradual blend between colors along a straight line. You can control the direction of this line using keywords to top, to right, to bottom right, or angles like 45 degrees. I like to have it, I don't know. I just like the degrees to have a little bit more control, and like to set a little baseline for like if you wanted to say that it's like from left to right. Remember that it starts from the bottom and then goes clockwise. So 0 degrees and then 90 degrees. If I wanted to go from left to right, start at 90 degrees and then say I just want to like adjust it just a little bit, either way or one way or the other. You can like increase or lower that 90 degrees, and that would be cool. Okay, so then let's do this here. We have div class is equal to linear gradient. And we'll put linear gradient inside of there. And we'll do the CSS here. Which, looking at this, let me see if I can guess what this is going to be. I want to select it with the class selector, and then you usually do background, and then you do a linear gradient, right? And then so the first, it's going from the lower left to the upper right, so I think that's 45 degrees. Syntax is what again? Syntax does what? Was with commas or okay, yeah, with commas. So we're gonna go from red to green to light blue. I think that might do it. And what I'll do here, we'll just put a div style. Is that gonna work? I feel like it won't work because we don't know the width. So we need to make a width and a height. So let's do width. Or at the very least, we need a height of, let's say 200 pixels. And then if we do that, that should work. What happened to our thing there? Oh, wait. What? Okay, what's going on? We need a height of 200 pixels, we'll say. There it is. Somewhat looking like that. I think the stops are a little bit different. Maybe it's not light blue. Maybe it's just blue. And if we do it like that... No, it's a little bit different. A bit different what they have. Let's do a square. So we're going to do height and width. Same. They did a kind of rectangle. So let's see what they did. So they have a... Okay, so they went with a height of 40. 40 of the viewport height. And then we'll do like 40 of the viewport width, and then... No, that's not what we want. Well, 40% of the viewport height is a lot, is it not? There we go. Let's just do 10. The viewport height of this is huge. So I don't think we want that. I think what we want... is to do a div inside here and then a div on the end. And the style we'll do here is we'll just set the height to, let's go with 40 VH. 40 of the viewport height here. And then the height we'll just do as maybe 10% the viewport height. And there we go. Okay. And then we can just do a width of 10% of the container. Let's do it differently. Do 20%. There we go. That's okay. That looks cool. All right. So they did these stops in between, and they didn't set the percentages in between. We can set percentages. What we want to do here, we got red for that. We got green as 33FF11. We got blue as a RGBA color. That's 100. 100. Is this moving? Okay, there we go. 100, 100. 255, 0.5. And so that's what we'll do. But what we want to do is to set a stop. So we want it to be red up until 10%, I think is what we said. And then green, like really fast. Or, you know what? Green all the way up until 80%. And then the RGB... for the other one connected from there, going all the way up to 100%. I think 100% is whatchamacallit, it's implicit if you leave those numbers off. Did I do this wrong? Is it not percent? Do you just leave the percent off? Oh, because I don't have any height or width. That's right. Okay. Wait, what happened? 10% of the container. This is weird. What am I doing wrong? So 45-degree linear gradient, 45-degree red. We do it at 10%. It is colored, and then it is that, right? Okay, well that's weird. What am I doing wrong? GPA 100, 100, 255, 0.5. Linear gradient, height, and width. What's happening here? Why is that not right? If I remove these, it's fine, right? Okay, so you can't put 10%? 10%. If I do 80%, it's not gonna work? Oh, it does work. I don't know what was going on there. It's so weird. Did I put in the wrong thing? Did I put a 0 or an O instead of a... I don't think that's what I did. Okay. All right, and then there we go. We can do that. So weird. Why did it do that? No idea. All right, and then radial gradients go out from a central point, and we'll play around with one of those. One of the things I did with this was, what did we do? We had a blue background, and what we did 2 yellow things, right? So we did a yellow, and then we wanted to do a yellow using RGBA color. So we wanted no red, right? It's the absence of red, or it's all red, right? It's all red, but it's the absence of blue. Yellow and blue make green, so if you remove green, then you get the yellow, right? Or no, wait a minute. Remove blue, okay. And so then if we do like brighter, what was I using? I think I was using the hue and the saturation. So I think I was using HSL A, and then so what I was doing was the hue would be a for the yellow, it would be in between, right? It would be in between it would be in between red and green. And so if I do it like this, and then like, I guess I don't have to do the alpha. We can just do it like this. We can do a little bit hotter in the middle, a little bit hotter on the inside, right? So or a little bit hotter on the outside. or a little bit lighter on the outside. I think what we want is like darker on the inside or brighter on the inside, darker on the outside. Brighter on the inside, darker on the outside. Actually, I don't like that. Let's do 45. Here we go. That's pretty cool looking. Look at that sucker. That's really fucking cool. That looks like the sun. No staring at the sun, but we will stare at this one. Because it's pretty fucking cool. Div, class, radial gradient. And radial gradient, I think was the name of the thing we did here. And then we did a width of like 40 for the viewport height or something. Is that what it was? The height is 40, the viewport height. We're not going to go that high, I don't think. We don't need to make it that tall. Yeah, and then this one, they needed a height for this one. So initially, if you have an empty element, it doesn't show, it doesn't have any height. You need to give it height. Okay. Gradient, so this isn't working again. Div style background, radial gradient, HSL. The blue, the height is 10% of the viewport height. No. What's happening here? Oh, that's weird. Okay, so background, radial gradient, circle, HSL 60, 100%, 80%. When we come back, we're gonna get going with the other stuff here. We're gonna continue on with this. Okay. Okay, we're gonna reset this timer. Restart this this Pomodoro. Just had to take the dog out for a emergency bathroom situation. Yes, let's get started with our styling forms here. Still can't figure this out. I don't understand why this isn't working. On over here. Oh, there it is. Now the radial gradient thing works. I don't know what that was, what the problem was. Yeah. So there's our radial gradient. We can like increase this by 20. And there's our that's our radial gradient there. What is this up here and why is there so much space? Oh, because of the view height. Okay. Let's do it like this. 10% of the viewport height with 30 of the viewport height for that. There we go. Actually, let's do a 2-to-1 thing. There we go. All right. There we go. Cool. Some cool examples from working with CSS Colors. That's cool. We're going to do some best practices for styling forms now. Take a look at some theory, do some readings, and take a look at the best practices for styling text inputs here. Yeah. Okay. As with all text elements, you need to ensure the styles you apply to text input are accessible. Can I increase the size without really fucking this all up? A little bit. There we go. This means the font needs to be adequately sized and the color needs to have sufficient contrast with the background. Need to make sure I'm taking notes here too. What's going on? Obsidian, what's wrong with you? Obsidian. I'm just kind of scattered for the moment here. Let's see. Try to ground myself again. Let's see. Style sheet, style CSS. Accessible form. We got that class. You got this label for username. You got this input element, and you got the button there. Okay. So we have that there. Got a submit button when you hover over, changes that. Okay. So the placeholder is often forgotten. It's important to remember that this is also text you will likely need to change the styling to ensure it's readable. Type is equal to email, okay. And the input. Did we talk about these type of selectors? I don't know if we did. This is where you can select based on the property, right? We're not a property, but based on an HTML attribute. Okay. Another thing to keep in mind is that you should allow the user to modify the input. For example, if it's a text area, you should not remove the ability to resize it. The input should also scale accordingly when the user zooms the page. So we're resizing here, and this is this form is responding to the size of the container. Setting the margin auto. Let's see, is there anything targeting the form? Max width is 480. The text area is scaling with the container 100%. The height is scaling with the size of the container, which in this case, the accessible form would be the body. So the viewport height is changing based on the content, size of the content. Does it though? Does the height change? Yeah, it's changing. Okay, I think it's changing. Okay, what else do we need to glean from this? Input elements are also focusable. When you're editing your styles, you should take care that you preserve noticeable indicator when the element has focus, such as a bold border. So these input elements are able to be auto-filled, which is interesting, right? So we can highlight, we can focus them, and that gives a little glowing border around. So you have like this outline with this little box shadow as well around the radius there. I think that's what's going on. Let's see. Can you add double stroke on that? Let's see the text, email and text. We're adding a border with a border radius, so that's what's giving it that. But then border input on a focus, we're having a box shadow with a border color. So we have a border color with a box shadow around it, and we're just setting the spread radius to be 3, so it just evenly spreads it out around that, around the border. Cool. Additionally, there is the error state to consider. When the user's text does not pass the input validation, there is a visual indicator that shows there is something wrong. And here they're handling that with email error. So you could also, I think what you could also do is so when it's, there should be a valid, no, they're not setting it. They just have the error message. But the way that you could do this, on the, if I do something like this, let's see, if I do input type equals email, and then on, is it valid here? Valid. I think on invalid as well, we could set it for invalid, right? Invalid. If it's invalid, what we can do is inject something after. We can inject some content after, and the content can be like, please enter a valid email. But I don't know how that would work, right? If I do. It's not actually doing anything then in that case. Interesting. Okay. I can't just inject something after that. What we can do. Can you inject like a paragraph element maybe? So this isn't actually working there. Is there something that's overriding this with the invalid? If the error message, the error focus. Just trying to see if this would work, right? Can you inject content after the fact? That would be fun. So I can inject something after there. We can't do HTML. Can only be text. That's funny though. Okay, so initial there. Is that a thing? Please enter a valid email. So we can inject it after that, but we can't do it. And I can't do it like that. So I can't do it for the input element after the fact. Does it only work on certain types? On certain element types? So it can't be applied to replaced elements. So what are replaced elements? We'll see. Maybe that's a problem. Image, video, iframe, embed, and fenced frame. Audio, canvas, object, and input. Image input types only. So input is treated as replaced element only in specific cases. Oh, here's an accessibility note though. Using an after pseudo element To add content is discouraged as it is not reliably accessible to screen readers. Very good. Okay, very good reason to not use it. Right. Not reliably accessible to screen readers. Right. Screen readers are going to mostly read the content of the HTML. Right. Okay. Okay, so what I am trying to do is kind of stupid. Kind of not good. But I kind of want to. I don't know. So it's better than to have this hide, right? So if we have input type email on valid, I think what you can do, I think with JavaScript though, I think is what you want to do. You would need to use JavaScript, right? To update it, to show it, you basically get the ID of the element, and then you add a class to it where you're going to have the display be none. And you're kind of just like toggling on and off the visibility class. And there's a way to do that. I forget exactly the syntax. It's like toggle DOM token list, toggle attribute, or it's like toggle class or something like that. You can toggle attribute, and I think you can add class or something like that. Is it toggle attribute where you toggle the... Yeah, you can toggle an attribute, but how do you toggle... Yeah, where you can do like enable, disabled. Is there a hide thing? I don't remember. Remove the element from its parent node. That's not what we want. We want to remove the... JavaScript thing here. No, that's not it. It's from the DOM. did work on some of this stuff, but I do need to go over it again. Because clearly I can't remember how to even search for it. What was it anyway? I think it was Tutorial Tuesdays. Let me see if I have. Oh, we ended up doing both those projects, so I can check those off. We did the full stack developer exam. We passed. Oh wait, no, we didn't do that one. Not the full stack. We did the test for whatever this was, JavaScript, data structures and algorithms for that. So where was it? It might have been here. Parse int. String match. No. It was working with the DOM, and I don't know where that was. Currying is returning a function within a function, right? Okay. One of these was titled like working with the DOM in some way, wasn't it? I didn't take good notes. That's why. I did not take notes. Fetch promise. We did the promises. Document object has a create element. You can do that. Okay, so element class name is a property that can be set by assigning a string to it. That's what it is. That's what it is. And it wasn't quite this. It was the class name property. This is what it is. So you can set the class name so that's like active, inactive, and that's a way then to allow this email error to either be shown or not shown. So then you can like do some input validation so that you like, if you try to enter that and then submit, it's going to then come up. So you need to have it tethered to some kind of trigger or callback. I think. I don't know how you could like have it constantly listening to the input. Maybe you can. I'm not sure. All right, let's quickly go through these questions so that we can take a break. I want to be sure the error state is still noticeable, that it does not look similar to the focus indicator. With all this in mind, you can now create captivating user forums. Okay. Which of the following is not mentioned as a key consideration for accessibility? Animation speed of focus transitions. Not that one. So that's, we don't usually need to worry about that. We're going to take a break in a minute, and we just got to quickly work through these ones. Text area, remove the ability to resize for a consistent look. Allow the user to resize it. Automatically resize based on content length. Yeah. Or, well, I mean, you want to allow the user to resize it. Lock the size after the initial. No. Automatically resize based on content length. That could work, but you want to enable the user to resize it as well. And plus, this is that's pretty hairy. You got to use JavaScript for that, I think. How should the error state of an input be styled? should be identical to the focus state. No, these should be subtle, not distract the user. Should be noticeable and distinct from the focus indicator. Okay. All right, we'll be back. Hold on a second. Just got to set something up here. Filters. I can be right back. I just got to do a quick thing for the Pomodoro. So move the Pomodoro on. Be right back. So I'll add switch music if on break. Yeah, that's what we'll do. Let's add one there. Pomodoro to the center. So if on break, it was variable. Get rid of that start break timer. If that's true, then we I'm not going to switch scene. What we're going to do is we're going to move the filter, Pomodoro, enable, no, it's not that, it's the overlay. What is the overlay? Pomodoro, enable the Bottom center. That's what it is. Okay. Right. Okay. If I'll break then there. Else, we'll just let it move on its own from there. Okay. Alrighty, there we go. Yeah. That's it. Let me just test this real quick. Okay, so we need to change this. So what we're gonna do first, we're gonna enable a different macro. We're going to disable pause on macro, toggle action, enable action, stop actions. Run macro? No, wait a minute. We have to be able to like toggle pause, reset, counter, no, nested macro, run macro, stop actions. Disable action. So it's just disabling individual actions. Oh, okay, yes, okay. Disable move pomodoro. Move pomodoro. Filter overlay, move pomodoro upper right. Disable action 1. Okay, if I do as that, I can disable all of them. I can disable all of them on there. And then else, oops. See if this then disables it. It didn't work. What if I run it? It didn't do what I thought it would. Gosh, I don't know how to do this. Okay, so plugin state, or is it something else? It's got to be something with here. Pause, move, pomodoro, toggle pause, unpause, run macro, nested macro, toggle action, disable action, stop actions. They mean pause on that one. What does that mean? Perform actions only on there. What does this mean? All right, I gotta get back to focusing here. If on break, it's probably like better to say like if scene is be right back. Then we do that. Otherwise, pause, move Pomodoro, unpause. I don't understand. Oh, okay. I think that works. I think that does work. And then, hang on a second. Let me test this. Yes, there it goes. Okay, that works. Okay, that's a way to do that. Okay, so we are on to when should you use appearance none to deal with issues styling search inputs and checkboxes. Okay. Let's learn when to use appearance none to address styling issues for search input checkboxes and radio buttons. Browsers apply default styling to a lot of elements. And in the case of input elements, your ability to style them with CSS can feel rather restricted. So you may want to use appearance none to hide aspects of the default element and build your own instead. So for example, this would hide the default checkboxes for a checkbox input, allowing you to use custom indicators like a green tick and a red X to show the state. Okay. For search input, WebKit-based browsers will show a default search icon and a cancel button. Hiding these allows you to create your own indicators that would appear on all browsers. So an example of a custom checkbox, we did one of these earlier. So when it's not in focus and not hovered over, it's like that. It's not being interacted with. When it's in being hovered over, we darken the outline. We darken the border. Then when we're actively clicking on it, we have this little animation that kind of like goes from the center outward or from the border outward and expands the border. And it changes the color from black to blue, to this like light blue with a little animation in between, you know, showing it expand. And then there's this like little flash. It looks like there's like a little flash or something. I don't know if that's just a effect of changing the from black to blue. It just kind of makes it look like there's a flash. Yeah, it might just be that, because it looks like it's flashing because suddenly this border becomes black, but then it quickly expands out and then it leaves the lighter color behind. making it look like it flashes at you. Which is interesting. Very cool. And then we have a green checkbox inside when it's clicked, and when it's active. So when it's in focus, not when it's active, when it's in focus, then we have this outline that stays there. Very cool. Very cool. Okay. Checkbox after. You're putting no content in there. You're just using this for styling. Left with height. You're just adding an element that you can manipulate here. What happens if you get rid of this? What does this actually do? Let's see. Oh. Is that the checkbox? There's no content being inserted there. What? Did they make a checkbox out of... Let me see something. Are we making a checkbox? Okay, so that's the positioning. Or was the positioning. Height. 10 pixels? What if we did that? 1. But 2. Do half of the height. Okay. And a border width. That is interesting. I don't understand what is happening here. Absolute positioning. It's like we're designing a checkbox, a check mark out of this. Is that what's happening? A border width. What happens if we increase the border width? Yeah, okay, that is what we're doing. And then... Are we just, is this just like taking a rectangle and then just cutting it off? That's so weird. You probably would like this is very hacky, right? So you probably would like to add like an SVG or something. You have an image that appears then when that happens. Setting like the background color or the background image. Cool. WebKit is a software engine that allows or helps web browsers display websites. Did they even mention any of the WebKit stuff? Doesn't look like they did. So browsers like Safari use WebKit to make sure web pages look and work correctly. And this appearance none CSS property gives you complete control over the styling, but it does come with some things to look out for. The default interactive components of input elements include features such as focus and error indicators, which you will need to ensure aren't lost. Creating consistent cross-platform styling is a great reason to use this property. You can also use it to ensure that tap targets on a mobile device are large enough or that the colors of a checkbox have enough contrast. Checkbox appearance none. So if we get rid of this property, that's the default then, right? That's the default one. So it's just using the regular WebKit, but then you're overriding that. So what is the primary purpose of using appearance none on input elements? It hides the input element completely. It remove default browser styling and allow custom styling. Which of the following is not mentioned as a benefit of using appearance none on input elements? Definitely not improving the security. Creating cross-platform styling consistently, yeah. Allowing custom indicators, yeah. Enabling larger yeah, they did mention that. What potential drawback of using appearance none is mentioned in the lesson? It may cause the input to stop functioning. It may significantly slow down the page. It's not supported on all browsers. Might remove important default features like focus indicators. I think that might have been it. Yeah, focus and error indicators to make sure that they aren't lost. Okay, and then we're going to move on to common issues with input elements. And what are common issues when styling special input elements? So let's learn about some of the common issues when trying to style special input elements, like date, time, local, and color inputs. So these special types of inputs rely on complex pseudo elements to create things like the date and color pickers. This presents a significant challenge for styling these inputs. One challenge is that because the default styling depends entirely on the browser, CSS that makes the picker look right in one browser may produce a very different result in another. And here's an example of color input. Ah, interesting. I can click on it and have the color dialog pop up. You can pick your favorite color for the label, and the input is type color. Favorite color is the ID. Favorite color is the name. Okay. Interesting. And then you have the swatch here that you created from here. Does this actually change based on? It does. So there is some yeah, how is that being handled? It's funny. I'm curious. So how is that changing on the inside with the input element from there? I guess that's given by something else, by the browser. Another may be the complexity of the pseudo element. Consider the date selector. There are a lot of moving parts here, and the complex structure of the pseudo element might pose a significant challenge in applying styling to the right areas. Here's an example of a date input. Okay, and we have, we have this type is date, and then so I think maybe WebKit gives you this date selector, calendar picker indicator, right? Okay. And we can change the color of this. Let's change it to red. And apparently that doesn't do shit. What does it do? So the background color is not affected. cursor is a pointer. So when we hover over, it turns into a pointer. So is this on hover? No, it's not on hover. Border radius is 4. Can I increase it to something bigger? I don't see it changing anything. I don't think anything being changed by that. Okay. With these complex elements, you run the risk of accidentally losing important functionality when you manually style them. Not only could you lose important indicators like the focus state or selected item, but you could potentially break the selector entirely. For these reasons, many developers rely on JavaScript libraries or custom components entirely instead of using the browser's built-in components. What is one of the main challenges in styling special input elements like date, time, local, and color? Complex pseudo elements for their functionality. I mean, that is one of the things, right? Why might CSS written to style a special input element work differently across browsers? The default styling is browser dependent. Some browsers don't support these input types. CSS properties work differently in each browser. What approach do many developers take to address the challenges of styling complex input elements? Rely on JavaScript elements or custom components. All right, when we come back, we're going to design a registration form. Bubba. Come on. Go. No. Okay. All right. Time to design a registration form. Let's see it. 61 steps. We're going to set up our thing here. Put the number of steps. It should come up with a pop-up somewhere. Okay, there it is. And we have 61 steps. There we go. And then we got to, I kind of want to set a thing here. I do this so I'm showing progress bar when stuff happens here. Transition slide right. Comes in like that. Okay. Design a registration form. Enable progress bar. I think there's got to be like something I can set up here. Is there a hotkey you can trigger or something? I wonder if there's something you can do. It's sending to OBS. So setting the number there, I kind of want to show OBS. Flip source, rotate source. Oh gosh. Interesting. Okay. What can we set? We can set a source visibility state. That's something that we could probably do. That's probably what I want. Yeah. So we want on the overlay for the progress bar, we want to toggle the progress bar on, so we want that visible. And then we also want a way to hide the progress bar, so let's do hide. Let's do a new thing here. And so we're going to be in overlays, of course. It's going to be hide. Progress bar. Then we'll trigger that. We're going to visibility state. And find the same one we had, overlay progress bar. Gonna hide it. There we go. You just do like toggle progress bar. I think that's probably the better thing. Just call it toggle. Because when I call it, I'm gonna wanna set it. There it goes. And there it's back. I just need to change the way that it transitions. Show transition is going to be, let's say, slide to the right. Slide left. Okay, and then we'll slide it out to the right. There we go. Nice, cool stuff. There we go. Okay, so when I update the whatchamacallit, I can show the visibility of the progress bar, because that's what we want. We want to be able to do that. Okay. So here we are. Designing a registration form. Design a registration form. That's what we want to do. I think I want to I want this bigger. I don't know if I want it too big though. I don't want it too big. I don't want it to be too big on there. Our agenda for today. Okay. Okay, we're gonna build and design a registration form. So this is what we're gonna be doing here. Is we're gonna have this registration form. We're gonna have this H1 element by the looks of it at the top, and we're gonna have this another paragraph element with a lot of spacing in between, and then we're gonna have these form elements with a label for each of these input fields here, input elements, where we'll have a name for 2 of these, and then we'll have an email and also a new password. Then we'll have a divider here, an HR, by the looks of it, or we might just make our own style from there. And another account type that's required for business or personal. So it's radio buttons. So we'll have a pair of radio buttons there. And upload a profile picture in another section divided by an HR element, a horizontal rule. And this is going to be a file selector, file input, and then a number input, and a drop-down menu. So that's a select element, I think. How did you hear about us? And then provide a bio. I like coding on the beach. I have this text area element, providing barrier. So they're going to walk us through how to set all of that up. I think we're going to do it from scratch. Read our terms and conditions. Normally this would bring you to another website. That's just a link to another web page, another page. Okay, and then you can have this accept the terms and conditions checkbox item. And there we go. And then we're going to say, when you submit, it's going to have some checks for required entries. And then we can say a password there, personal use, select a profile picture. Can we actually put that in there? That would be nice. Let me see. Where are my profile pictures? I guess we'll go in here because I do have a picture here. I'll add that. Put our stuff here. Free Code Camp. Forum. Can we submit it there without a bio? Okay, normally it would be submitted. It works. So it'll be submitted to registerdemo.freecodecamp. .org. Okay. Let's shrink this down a little bit just so I can have some room to work with here. There we go. Okay, here we are in this workshop. We'll learn how to style forms by designing a registration form. All of the HTML boilerplate, doc type, HTML head, and body has been provided for us. Within the body, we're going to add a heading to give context to the form by using an H1 element. And we're going to say registration form. And that's it. I'm going to also pop out the preview, and we'll put the preview up over here. We'll adjust that in a second, I guess. So what we want to do is below the heading, we want to use the following text within a paragraph element. Please fill out this form. Is that all? Okay, with the required information. Good enough. In the previous lessons, we learned how to work with viewport units, and we'll remember that the VH unit stands for viewport height and is equal to 1% of the height of the viewport. This makes it relative to the viewport height. Before I pop that preview out, I think what I'll do is we'll just do it right here. And then when we do the styling, that's when we'll, if we add a different background. VH unit stands for viewport height, so it's equal to 1% of the height of the viewport, makes it relative to the viewport height. So we're going to give the body a width of 100 and a height of 100 VH, 100% of the width. There we go. So the viewport width is a little bit larger there, unless we just have text overflow that's not quite working correctly. So we'll get rid of the horizontal scroll bar by setting the margin to 0. Okay. Interesting, and that gets rid of the horizontal scroll bar, setting the margin to 0. For some browsers, so for this one it does work. So that's better. Now to make the background easy on the eyes, we're going to change the background color. And now I'll pop this out so that we can see this correctly. Change the background color to 1B1B32, which is a shade of blue, a dark shade of blue. It's got a little bit more blue than it does the other colors. And then we're going to set the color to a lighter color, get some good contrast in here. There we go. Okay, so we've got our form. As suggested by the title, you're creating a form, so we're going to insert a form element after the paragraph element. And we're going to add an action attribute that sends this to register demo.freecodecamp.org, and that's where the put request, I think, is, or the get, either the get or the put request goes to. And we're going to talk about it right now. Okay, great. The method attribute specifies how to send form data to the URL specified in the action attribute. The form data can be sent via a GET request as URL parameters with method equals GET, or via a POST request as data in the request body. Method is POST. Set the method attribute to POST. So it's a POST request then. Okay. And we'll learn more about these in the upcoming lessons and workshops. Okay. Good to know. As the form will have 3 distinct sections, we're going to add 3 field set elements. We're not going to add legends to them, though, so that's interesting. There we go. We got 3 field set elements up over there. And start by adding 4 label elements to the first field set. Okay. We're going to add the following text to the label inputs. We're going to put enter your first name, enter your last name, enter your email, and we're going to create a new password. Okay, in the previous lessons, we learned how to work with rem units. The rem stands for root M and is relative to the font size of the HTML element. As label elements are inline by default, they are displayed side by side on the same line, making their text hard to read. So to make them display on separate lines, we're going to give a display property block, and we're going to add a margin of 0.5 rem in the top and bottom. Is that what that is? Yes. Top and bottom, and then 0 in the horizontal. So 0.5 rem then would be half the font size, so you're giving a 1 font size space in between each element, each label. We're going to nest an input element within each label, and input element within each label. I'm sorry, is that how we do that? After the label text? Like that? Is that how you do this? I didn't think that's how you did that. Put a space after the colon. Okay, interesting. That's not how we've been doing this before. So So that seems new. For accessibility best practices, let's link the input elements and the label elements together using the for attribute. So we're going to use first name for this one. All right, so we're doing this for the, yeah, for here. It's going to be that one. Right, so we are doing this for both. Okay, so they want us to do this for both of them. And just a bit of typing we need to do here. Finish this up here. Oopsie. There we go. So specifying the type attribute of an input element is important for the browser to know what kind of data it should expect. If the type is not specified, the browser will default to text. So we're going to give the first two input elements a attribute of text, attribute of text, a type attribute of text. What am I saying? Type attribute of text. And then this email one is going to be a type of email, and then the new password is going to be a type of password. So the email type only allows emails with an @ and a dot in the domain. The password type obscures the input and warns if the site does not use HTTPS, which probably should be the case here. But wait, no, because I guess we're going through the free CodeCamp servers, which do have secure HTTP enabled. The first input element with the type of submit. So this should go as as an autofill type of thing now, shouldn't it? Maybe not. First input element with the type of submit is automatically set to submit its nearest parent form element. To handle the form submission after the last field set element, add an input element with the type equal to submit. And then we'll set the value attribute equal to submit. There we go. And we'll continue on when I come back. continue on with step number 16 here on designing a registration form. Oh, we're on the preview thing. Is that why? Okay. So at this point, you should be able to submit the form. However, you might notice that not much happens. And to make the form more interactive, we're going to add a required attribute to the input. To the input elements in the first field set. Okay. Now if you try to... Okay, so in the first field set, we're going to add a required attribute right there. And if you try to submit without the required fields, it's going to come up with that problem there. Okay. So certain type attribute values come with built-in form validation. For example, type equals email requires that the value be a valid email address. For example, requires a valid email address, and then add custom validation to the password input element. If we add a min length of 8, doing so prevents inputs of less than 8 characters from being submitted. So I can try to type in that and then enter. So I can do all this other stuff. Please use at least 8 characters. You are currently using 5 characters. Okay. And then the type password here. Use the pattern attribute to define a regular expression that the password must match to be considered valid. You can add a pattern attribute to the input element. They're going to match on all letters and numbers. Only lowercase, though. Of 8 or more. Or the digits 0 through 5. Then remove the min length attribute and try it out. So how does that work? If I try to give... Yeah, okay. So what will it say then? Ooh. Please match the requested format. Okay, so how does... That's not a very... not very informative. Let's see. Let's go to the next part of the registration form. This section will ask for the type of account the user is opening, so we'll start by adding 2 label elements to the second field set. I'm going to do... No, I can't do that. Thought I could duplicate these in some way. Is it Alt-D? No. Alt-C? No. I forgot what it was. I thought they had a way to duplicate these easily. Maybe not, though. Please consider sending a donation to Free Code Camp. And if you would also like to support me, you can do so at the Ko-fi. Anything helps, but it is not expected. Users will be able to choose whether their account is for personal or business purposes. To do this within each of the first 2 label elements, we're going to add 1 input element for the type of radio. I'll just copy and paste that inside of the label here. Within the corresponding label element and immediately after the input element, we're going to add a space and put in personal in the first label and then business in the second. Fun enough. We want to add, well, we want 1 radio input to be selectable at a time. However, the form does not know the radio inputs are related. To relate the radio inputs, we're going to give them the same name. Oh, it's Alt-Shift down. That's what it is. Or Alt-Shift up. Yeah, same difference. So we want this to have a name of account type for both of those. Then we want the radio buttons. They don't have a value assigned to them, so the post request made through the form will not register which option is selected. To make the request completely robust, we're going to add a value attribute to both the radio buttons, but with different different values here. We're going to have personal and business respectively. So currently users can submit the form without checking the radio inputs, although you previously used the required attribute to indicate that an input is required. It won't work in this case because adding required to both inputs will convey the wrong information to users. To solve this, you can provide context of what is needed by adding a legend element with the text account type required. Before the label elements within the second field set, and then add the checked attribute to the personal. Here we go. All right. Actually bring this over. Here. Actually, you know what? Let's keep it over here, but we're going to zoom in a little bit. Yeah, we'll just zoom in a little bit. There we go. Okay, so follow accessibility best practices by linking the input elements and the label elements in the second field set. Okay. Right, and to do that, what we need to do is to set a for personal account with an ID of personal account. In the input. And then in the label, we know for business account with a ID of business account in the inputs. There we go. We need to confirm that the user has read the terms and conditions, so we're going to add a label element. And inside of that, we're going to have an input element. And I'm going to set the type to checkbox. We're going to make sure this is required, so users cannot sign up without agreeing to the terms and conditions. We're going to add an ID and for attribute to both, and it's going to be terms and conditions. There we go. We're going to add an anchor element here, where the href is going to be set to oops. freecodecamp.org and news/terms and service. We're going to actually link to something that's interesting. Will it work? And then add the text. I accept the terms and conditions. Oh, it would normally bring you to another site, but it's not going to work there. Okay. There's some guardrails here. So before the label with the text, oh, we need to add this. I gotta read to the label inside here. Inside here, we want read our terms and conditions. There we go. Helps to read. Reading is fundamental. Moving on to the final field set, what if you wanted to add, allow a user to upload a profile picture? Well, the input type file allows just that. So if we add a label, and an input element here with the information here. Upload a profile picture. Nest it in the input, accepting a file upload. Type is equal to file. There we go. We're going to add another label after the first. This is going to be input your age, years, and then we're going to have a input element here. The type number. Then we're going to have a min attribute set to 13. Users probably will not be over the age of 120, so yeah, but what if they are? Should just set this to like 160. Nobody's ever living that forever. We just want to be, you know, think about the future. What if that weird fucking guy who looks like a lizard person now, who like filters his blood and shit, is trying to live as long as possible, who will probably die in the next, 10 years. But maybe not. I don't know. What if he succeeds, though? We got to think about the future. Now, if someone tries to submit the form with values outside of the range, a warning will appear and the form will not submit, and we can give it a try. That's fine. What if I wanted to do 130? 411. Still says fill out that field, though. Please select a value that is no more than 120. What if I selected 11? No less than 13. All right, reasonably enough. I gotta change that so that when it's like in preview, I don't know, something weird happens. Should only be selecting if the steps are available. That's gonna irk me. It's gonna irk me. So I might I'm just gonna get that set up so that when I go on break, I'm gonna maybe fix that. Okay. Even though I should be taking actual breaks, getting up and walking around. All right, we're gonna have a bunch of select elements for the dropdown. The select element is a container for a group of option elements. All right, so we're gonna have a bunch of option elements inside of the select element. And the option element acts as a label for each dropdown option. Both elements require closing tags. Closing tags! Select element below the last label element, then nest 5 option elements. Wait, I can just do this, right? There we go. Alt-Shift down. That does it. Nest the select element with its option elements within a label element. And then we want the text, how did you hear about us? How did you hear about us? How did you hear about us? So we're gonna have select one as an option. Does that even work? Free. Okay. But the select one should be disabled, shouldn't it? Selecting the form with an option selected would not send a useful value to the server. Because of that, each option value needs a value attribute. Without this attribute, the text content of the option will be submitted to the server. The first, and we can just like go like this here. Just make sure that we can just like, we can type less, say less. Go to Ross. Say less with Ross. Okay. Value attributes 1 to 4 are for the other ones. Okay. Text area element inside of here acts like an input of type text. Comes with a added benefit of being able to receive multi-line text and an initial number of text rows and columns. So we need to put a label here. Provide a bio. Oh gosh. Okay. And then text area does require a closing tag. Yeah, and then we've got to link it though in some way, right? Link the applicable form elements and their label elements together. So we need a for profile. Wait, what? No, because they didn't. We didn't add the profile picture thing yet. That's a different thing. No, we haven't even touched that. There's no input for a file, right? For file? Oh no, it's this one. The file upload a profile picture. Oh, it's for this one. For okay, yeah, we didn't even do that yet. Okay. Okay, and then we want to do the input age. And then refer. Okay, but then the select item is where refer goes, right? And ID attributes. We're gonna go on lunch in a minute. Bio as values for this one. Just want to make sure that we get this right before we go. And then the text area will be bio as well. Input element should have an ID of profile picture. Label for profile picture. Does it not? Oh, because I didn't close the quotes. Okay, there we go. We'll be back. We're going to take a lunch and finish up this tutorial, and then we'll continue on with some more. Okay, let's get back from lunch. Oh. Yeah, got my hair in my fucking mouth. Yeah. All right, let's reset the palms. There we go. And let's get started again with finishing up this styling form. So the text area appears to be too small. We are able to rescale it, to scale it. That's pretty nice. We want to give it an initial size. Rows of 3 and cols of 30. There we go. And to give campers an idea of what to put in their bio, the placeholder attribute should be used. And we're going to say, I like coding on the beach. How do you even do that? They're like, you need a... How do you get a screen that will stay, you know, an electronic device that will stay cool in the sun and still enable you to see the screen when you're in a very like high light environment? I don't know. Never ever works out for me well if I try to do any kind of work outside. Not on a computer, anyway. Form submissions, it's useful, good practice to provide each submittable element with a name attribute. This attribute is used to identify the element in the form submission. So, except for the 2 radio inputs, we're going to give each submittable element a unique name of our choosing. Okay. And it's the input, right? So the input, I'm thinking, I guess we can just name it the same as, you know, first name. And then name equals last name. Name equals email. Gosh, this is so why? Why do we have to do this? Why? Password. How about new password? Personal account. Profile picture. Do you do a name for the selector or something? Referrer? And we gave a name to all the other ones already. Provide a bio. We didn't do that for this. Name is equal to submit. That doesn't really matter, but oh well. Which didn't I do? Okay, we got them all, apparently. So the HTML for the registration form is finished. Now we can spruce it up a bit. I'm gonna close the window. lawnmower going off in the distance, and it's also, I think, kicking up some dust and other irritants. So the HTML form is finished. We can spruce it up. Let's get to the styling. Finally, this is what we are here for. Styling the forms, right? That's the goal of the day. So we're going to start by changing the font family to Tahoma, and we're going to do a font size of 16 pixels in the body. Please consider supporting Free Code Camp in order to keep it free, and support me in order to, keep me doing this stuff. We want to center the H1 and P elements by giving them both a margin of 1 em and auto. So 1 em on the one font character, or one character in the vertical, and then auto on the whatchamacallit. And then we center the text. There we go. All right, we're going to center the form element by giving it a margin of 0 in the vertical and auto on the in the horizontal. We're going to fit its size to a maximum width 500 pixels and a min width of 300 pixels. There we go. So it fits on the screen, and then if we shrink it, we're going to have a width of 60 times the viewport. Okay. So if I try to play around with this, I can shrink it in the horizontal, and it will shrink to a minimum size. But just make sure that it fits everything there, and we can expand it to that. How far can we expand it? We can expand it up to that much. Okay, 60% of the view width, except if we go over to a very wide screen, it's going to be maxed out at 500 pixels. Okay. I gotta figure a way to move the the focus thing around. Just too much going on there. Okay, there we go. We're gonna move on to step number 42. And we can see that there's default borders on the field set. However, they look a little bit too close together and just really not good. So we're going to remove the border of the field set elements by doing a border none. And then we'll do padding in the vertical, 0 in the horizontal, 2 rem. Be sure to remove the padding from the left and right. Yeah, that takes care of it. So the field set elements, we want to give them a bit of separation. We're going to select them and give them a border bottom. And so rather than doing the HR elements, what we're doing is we're putting a border on the bottom only and doing 3B, 3B, 4F right there. Okay, so I thought it was a horizontal rule. It's not. It's actually just a border element, or not an element, but it's just placing a border around them. The border of the last field set element looks a little out of place. So in the previous lessons, we learned how to work with the last of type CSS pseudo class, like a paragraph, the last of the paragraph type. That will select the last paragraph element. So we're going to target the last field set, and we're going to set its border bottom to none. And there we go. Now it would be nicer to have the label text appear above the form elements. We're going to select the input text area and the select elements. We're going to make them take the full width of the parent elements. So we're going to do full width of the parent elements. So the width is going to be 100%. There we go. We're going to add a margin of 10 pixels to the top. And so it goes top, right, bottom. Is that how it goes? Yeah. Top, right, bottom, left is the 4. Okay. It's not too bad to remember. If you just remember that, like, a lot of the things in CSS go clockwise. When you have those multiple parameters, I want to say, for lack of a better word. For the second field set, we want the input and label text to appear on the same line. The input and label text we want to put on the same line for the second one. So how do we do that? The second field set is here with this. Okay. Give all of the input elements a class of inline. And so we have a referrer here as well, right? And then there's a bio that we add here. So is that what we want? The first input, a class of inline. I do. It does have a class of inline. So for the second field set, the input elements in the second. So are you saying just the input elements, or just the input elements, nothing else? Nothing, not the select element, not the text area. First input as a class of inline. It does though. And then this one has it as well. So we have profile picture. I don't get it. I honestly do not understand. You want in this region, it's the region that's highlighted. We have an input field for profile picture. We have an input field for age. I don't get it. Get it? Oh, come on, really? Step 46 in the title. Wait, let's go back. I am confused. Oh, and the second field set is what we're doing. Okay, that's why. I just don't know how to count. That's all. Second field set, we want the class to be in line. Get in line, get in line. Okay, that's why. Selecting the wrong field set. Then we're gonna select only the inline elements, and we're gonna give them we're gonna unset their width, so remove them from you know, whatever width they were getting before. And so it sets it to 100%. Okay. Then I need to pop this out again. Pop it out again. Let's zoom in again. There we go. That looks pretty good. Add some space. By giving a margin to the right and set all the other ones. So the right is going to be the second thing here, right? Yeah. There we go. Now that puts the business and personal things online there. If you look close enough, you'll notice that the inline elements are too high on the line. It's a little... It's very close, though. That moves it down a little bit. Honestly, I think I liked it the other way. Shouldn't it? I don't know. I kind of liked it the other way. I think they're too low now. I liked it the other way. Like the center here is below where the middle of the P is. It's below the middle of the B. I like it the other way. We're going to make the input and text area elements blend in with the background by giving a background color of 0A23. So it's a little blue. Then we're going to give a border of 1 pixel in width, a solid type, and the color is going to be the same, OA23. There we go, and it kind of blends in. We need to have a little bit of a radius there on that border. If you type into there, then it doesn't look good. So we're gonna just give it all Fs and set the min height to 2 EM so that the text fits into there. And then we want to center that probably. So you want to select element to remain with a white background, but now it is not getting the same min height as the input and text area elements. So move the min height property and value so that all 3 elements have the same min height value. There you go. And the select still has the white background. There we go. Okay. To style the submit button, you can use an attribute selector, which selects an element based on the given attribute value. Here's an example. Input name is equal to password. The above selects input elements with the name attribute value of password. Now use the attribute selector to style the submit button. Could be display block. Should be down here. See it all the way down there. And we're going to do a width of 60%. There we go. I don't know if that worked. Did it work? It doesn't seem to be working. Oh, because it's not a button, it's an input. There we go. Okay, but we need to center that shit. We need to center it. So display a block. The submit button sits flush against the left edge of the parent. Use the same technique used to center the form to center the submit button. So you do this with the margin of 0 and the auto. There we go. To make the submit button look more in line with the rest of the form, we're going to give it the same height as the other fields, 2M. And we're going to increase the font size to 1.1 rem. Okay. To make the submit button appear more distinct, we're going to give it a background color. It is just like gray, grayish blue. And a border color of white. Lastly, for the submit button, you want to separate it from the field set above. And adjust its width to never be below 300. So we're going to change the margin property to include 1M on the top and bottom, and leaving the auto for that side. So we also want a min width of 300 pixels. We'll be back to finish this one up. Okay, we are almost done with this. We got 3 more steps to go. Most browsers inject their own default CSS properties and values for different elements, but if you look closely, you might be able to notice the file input is smaller than the other text input. File input is, yeah, it is. You can see that. By default, a padding of 1 pixel, 2 pixel is given. So 1 pixel on the vertical and 2 pixels in the horizontal is given to input elements you can type in. So using another attribute selector, style the input with a type of file to be the same padding as the other input elements. What did we set the padding for the other ones? Where did we set the padding for the input? I don't see that we did. We have margins, and we have margins there. I guess we have a default. That's what they're saying. We have a default of 1 pixel by 2 pixels, and so we'll do the same for this other one. Okay. Speaking of padding, the submit button is sitting at the bottom of the form element. Add some padding to the bottom of the form. Only the bottom of the form. So did we select the form before? We did. It's here. Okay. So we want some padding to the bottom. So let's just do bottom. We just do it like this. Padding of 2M to the bottom. There we go. We'll see how they did it. How did they end up doing it? Yeah, they just said padding bottom. Make input for the terms and conditions inline by adding the appropriate class in the HTML. Input. We should see this change. There we go. And that went from being, let's see, let's cut this out. From being that. Oh my gosh, you can't see that. From being that to that. There we go. From being that to that. There we go. Much nicer looking there. Okay. Yeah, and consider donating there. Just gonna try to find out where my LibreWolf URL, which one is that? Yeah, that's what it is. We're looking for the one with a step. Okay, yeah, we're stripping that out, but we need to make sure that it's there. Okay, yeah. All right, that's interesting. What is the oh gosh, I need the console. It is step 61. Huh. You can get the title from it. You can also get the URL. Oh well, okay. going to change the text color of the terms and conditions here. Of the link element. Right. So it's only that link. I mean, how do you target it though? That's the thing. We can do all of these, but we probably want is to do like last of type or something like that. I think. That works. There we go. And that completes this one. We do need to just go back and check off this one because there we go. And now we're done. We can go back to design a registration form and do this here. There's one thing I want to do here, and I think what I need to do is it's not the event model. I need to open up my DB browser here for a second. I forget what it was. Actually, you know what? I do have the other crosshair URL. Crosshair URL is this one. So we're doing crosshair.org. It is from the event model. What am I doing? Okay, wait a minute. That is what I'm grabbing from though, right? The event model? So what was the other thing? What was the other event? Open the activity watch. Was it local low? I can't remember. Is it in here? It is local. Okay. Activity watch. Server is what it is? AW server. This one. Okay. Bucket model, we want the event model. In the event model we have, yeah, you get the app, you get the URL, and you get the title. Where the heck did it go? So, oh wait, we need to do it here. So Firefox design and registration app and title. Yeah, okay. Right, okay, hang on a second. Oh gosh, it's a Libreville URL. This is what we want. That's the one we want. Bear with me for a minute. We got a lot of stuff to do today. I might run over. Might be doing more than just the one. So we want free code camp, but we also want a data string to be like step. We want it to contain the word step as well. Okay. That might change things, so let's hope that there we go. There it goes. Okay. And so the last time, yeah, we were on that one. There it goes. Okay, I think that's the only change I need to make. Let's go ahead and commit this change. Oh, shoot. Okay. Well, yeah, that's fine. Just exit out of here. Exit out of there. And limit query to free code camp tutorial pages. Okay, what is the remote? Make sure that we're on that. Okay, these are all my scripts that I use for streaming. Okay, so that's good. That's good. That's good. Next, we're going to design a contact form. And so this is going to be a different thing going on here. And I'm going to toggle my... whatchamacallit here if I can get to it. What's going on? What is happening here? Something is happening. Something weird is going on here. All right. This is so bizarre. What's happening with the chat? Oh, there it is. Okay. Somehow That's so weird. It was very bizarre. I'm gonna hide the progress bar, toggle it. Hide the progress bar. It says toggle progress bar, but that's okay. I think it needs to just be... Come on, really? What is that element? 1108. That's what happened there. What is going on? Progress bar. It's not that one. It's not that one. What is happening? It's not that one. Not that one. Not that one. Is it? No, it's not. Not any of those. It's not coming from the ticker, right? Nope, ticker's fine. There's our support thing there. Okay. Window chat. It's not that. This is very bizarre. I don't know where this element came from. I just like added it somehow. It's so weird. Okay, whatever. I think I might have hit like a hotkey or something. It's very bizarre. Okay. Enough messing around with that. We're going to design a contact form. That's what we're doing right here. This is a lab. We're going to bring this preview up, and I'm going to actually put the preview over here. And we're going to build an app that is functionally the same as just this little thing here. We're going to have 3 text area elements. That's weird that it's going to be like that, though. Why email like that with a text? Message, so we can adjust the vertical sizing but not the other. Well, that's something we're going to look at. Okay, we can't adjust the other one, and then we're going to have this. Okay, so what if I add something here? I do like one of our things there. Can we need to fill out that? So all these are going to be required. This is going to have email address validation. Okay. So contact us. We're going to have this div element that contains that field set. Maybe we can set that field set up as something else there. I think what we can do is to do that. So, but they're saying that we should do a div with the class form container, which makes sense to me to use a div for that. Try not to copy the example priors. Give it your own style. Yeah, that's what we're going to do. And we're going to have a form element within the container, right? And the form element should have the following elements. Inside, we're going to have an H2 element with some text. So this is our, contact. A contact keved up here. Let's do that. Text input field is going to be, and before I even get started, what I'm going to do is to change the styles here. Just do a body with the background color of our light color, I think we want. And we need to link the style sheet, of course. Is it source or href? It's href, right? And style. Let's see if this. There we go. And we have an H2 element, and we have a text input field of the name. So we'll do the same thing that we did with the labeling stuff. So we'll do the label, the input, and then the label nested inside there. And we need 3 different things. So we're going to copy that and paste and then paste. So the other things were text input fields, although the text area for the message. So how do you make it resizable though? Weird. That is so weird. Okay. Okay. Text input field. Yeah, and before I even do this, what I want for the form each 2 elements, I want to have a font family of knee wave. And I think I need to import that. So up here, what you do is you do @import, and it's like URL, and it's like the freaking Google things. How do we get the Google stuff? Oh, I don't need to do that. I don't need it. I don't need that. I don't need it. You need to make we'll make it 2 rem, I guess, is what we'll do. And we'll do a margin. You know what? We'll do the other stuff later. Letter spacing. 1 rem is a full thing. 0.1 rem. Not bad. Not bad, not bad. That looks good. You just do this as M rather than the root element. This refer to this to the current sizing, which is 2 rem. That looks pretty good. Also do word spacing, I think, right? 1 character. Interesting. Okay. It's not 1 character width. That's funny. 1 M. Interesting. How about 0.5 M? There we go. Contact cabinet. Okay. I don't really need to do that, but that's okay. I just get distracted. Okay, so set the text ID and name required. So for here, in the first one, we're going to set the type equal to text. And we're going to have an ID. It's going to have a name. And we're going to have it as required. And we have to put the closing implicit there. Well, it's implicitly closed, but we can explicitly put that there. So this is going to be full name, I think, is what we'll call this ID, and this will be full name is the name that gets sent, right? Because that's what we're sending. Name, their email, and then message. What they're saying is that we should have a name there. Input, all right, we're going to take a break and come back in a few minutes. Okay, let's continue on designing a contact form here. So an email input form, we need that here. So we're going to do type here. Let's get rid of the styles for a second, just so we can focus on what we're doing here. Type is equal to email, of course. And we'll set an ID of email, name of email as well. And we know it's required. The other thing is required as well, so we might as well just put that in there. So this is a text area, actually. And we need to do text area there. And we're going to set that as required. We need an ID here for this as well, and we need a name for that. It'll be the same. And we'll just call that the message. And this will be for message, and the label here will be for email, and save our progress there as well. Then we need a button at the bottom here. It's going to be an input. Type is going to be submit. And the text is going to just say submit. But the text, you want the text in quotes? Is that what you want? You want the quotes in there? Submit query. How did we do this again? So this is a button element. This isn't a yeah, that's weird. Okay, so you want it to say submit for the button? Submit in quotes? I think that's wrong. That's not what they had here. Okay. Well, let's see. Each input and text area element should have the corresponding label with a for attribute set to, yeah, there. And then are we on to styling already? All right, we're on to styling already. We should have a background color for the form container. And I think background color is, we're gonna make it very contrasted, highly contrasted with what we have here. And so we're gonna change the color here of the text to be the same as our background there. And we should add a stroke to this as well. So we should do a web kit, or you know what, let's do a shadow, text shadow or something. Box shadow wouldn't really do that though. Shadow, text shadow. Let's make it glow. 4 pixels of the FF. Does that work? Well, it's not box shadow, it's text shadow, isn't it? Really? We don't have completion? Code completion on this? Really? Why not? Why not? Why not, Tatus? Why not, precious? It's text shadow, is it not? Text decoration. 1, 2, 3. Is it only 3? There's no 4th element? Blur radius. So we can only have a blur radius. That sucks. Okay. Alright, well that's okay, I think. I can do 5. Make it really, really pop out. Well, that's interesting. H2 element. Okay, so I think what we need to do is to do the display. How many pixels of padding? I think we want the width to be like 90 times 90% of the viewport width. Or smaller. Let's do 80. There we go. That looks good. Okay. Let's give it a box shadow too. That would be nice. That's pretty cool. Let's do a blur radius of 3 pixels. There we go. Don't actually want it as that, but what we want is 008 OFF. There we go. Nice. Okay, so we do want to offset though. I do want to offset it as a 2:1, I think. There we go. That looks pretty cool. Do a spread radius of like 5 and a blur radius of 2. No. Let's do 10. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Okay. Let's give it a little bit of margin on top and bottom. Just do it 1 rem. How about 2 rem? Yeah, that looks good. That looks good. Okay, 2 rem on that side. So the label should have a margin and a font. A font color. I don't remember. Let's just make it the color of our other stuff. Okay, that's cool. Input and text areas should have values for width, so we should do a width of 50%. Padding should be top and bottom 1 rem, and then right to left maybe 20 pixels. One rem on the bottom. Okay, so we also wanted to name this, right? So it wanted to be full name. Email should say email. And then message should say message. That for a second. So label it at the bottom. The button element should have a background color. H2 element should be 0 in there. So display should be block. And we also want to do like inline, right? So these should be inline, I think. So our button element should say, and of course we can just, we should have a background of this with a color of what is the other color? Um, 89C 4FF. Yeah, I don't like that, but I guess what we could do is put the other stuff. So the other font family we could do is caveat brush, and everything else will be like that. And so it's interesting, it doesn't change that. So the color, Okay. So that doesn't work. That does. Do a text shadow of um pixels. I wonder if you can do it based off of the rem or the m value. Okay, that's pretty cool. So if you scale it, it scales along with it. Cool enough as it is. So then how did we get this in the so if we did block, then so they did it as inline though. Okay. Width and padding. How much do we have done here? Oh, we need a hover thing. Background cover font size apart from the default. Button should have a hover effect that changes the background cover. I think that's it, right? Everything else is good. We need to make this so that it's in line though, right? Or vertical. What I want to say. So on all of these elements, what we want to do is have a box shadow of that on hover. So they told us to have the form there. They didn't tell us about the field set stuff, though. Maybe we can do a field set thing or something. Maybe that's what I could do. Let's do inside of here, we'll do a field set. So contact kept up, and then inside here, we'll do field set. And then we'll do border none for the field set. Oh gosh, I'm just out of it. Just in the zone. Okay, we're still goofing around with this one. Why is this indented anyway? Why is that indented? Display block. Is that what's going on? Margin bottom. Okay, so there's all those ones. Input on hover. Why is that like that? So in these elements, we want to have a border radius of like 1 rem or something like that. Or 1m. 1m. Okay, that's cool. You got padding inside there. That's pretty cool. How do we make this so that it doesn't... Yeah. Okay. What is it if you do display block on the field set? And then if I do margin 0 auto. See, this is supposed to center it here, right? So the H2 element, if I do margin... Oh, you know what? I have to do text. Text align center, that's what it is. Okay. I feel like we also want a little bit of space in between. Okay, we need to center the button though. The button's not centering. So why does the button not center? That centers that. Okay, that's it. Display block. And then margin 0 is centering that. Okay. Okay, so that's starting to look good. The problem is that when we extend this, this looks pretty bad. How is the message staying in the spot, though? Is that just because of... Okay, that's because of the width. I feel like what we could do is, rather than do it like this, we could do flex, and then the flex direction will be column. Rows? Wait a minute, why is this? Column. Okay, there it is. Now, okay, these are in line, but we don't want them to be in line. So field set and the name and the label. So in order to get them to not do that, I think what we could do with the label is maybe do vertical align. Is that a thing? Oops. No, that doesn't do it. In fact, All right. I think I'm at the point where I do want to learn a little bit about how they managed this part to fix the width of the input elements. So because we are fixing the width at 80% of the container. So how did they do this? How did they fix this here? So let's take a look at styles here. Style editor, we're going to pop this out, I think. Separate window. Okay, here we go. Let's put this over here. And let's zoom in on this, I think. Okay, so this is mine. Let's see their setting here. We'll just inspect like these elements. Actually, let's inspect this one. And so this is text required, contact us, and then so how is that being controlled? They are using a flex container. Is that what they're using? Border radius of 5 pixels. They're using border box sizing, resizing in the vertical. That's what you do. All right, hang on a second. So what we're gonna do to resize in the vertical, so we're able to resize in the vertical. Okay, that's pretty cool. I feel like we don't want to do that for email or for the message. So what we'll do is we'll specifically target the text area for text areas there. Okay, there we go. And now, yes, when we hover over, we get these things. It's very nice. Okay. We want some separation from the label, but not much. So I feel like I want a margin around of like 2 rem of the label, 1 rem. I think I gotta adjust the padding. No, it's not padding. Which one is it then? Do I do margin around the input and text area? Yes. So what we should do is to do this. Margin 1 rem and then auto. There we go. That looks like a nice form. It's a little separated too much in the there's a little bit too much. I feel like there's too much padding. We do still pass. Padding in the text area. So it is that one, but there's space in between that I don't love. Aside from that, this is beautiful. Resizing here. Message. Message should be centered somehow. So the text area should be centered. Center it in this. No, I don't actually like that. I don't like the text align. Feel like if we shrink it, I like that it's like that. I don't mind it being staying right there, and that the name and an email element are changed there. Nice. Okay, so the submit button doesn't do anything, but that's fine. There's no action centered on it. Okay, but this is pretty good. I like it. I like it. I like it a lot. It's just that when we shrink this down, I like that. I like that I can move this element, and then so the visual stuff is pretty nice. The thing is, it's when yes. So we need to respond to the width. So I feel like max width is something maybe I have to do. Is it max width? Is it max width of the message? We have text area, we have 80% of these things. So maybe maybe what we do is set something. So also with the labels here, I want the font size to be slightly larger, I think. There we go. Is that right? You can do 1.5 rem. Okay, so when we do that, this ends up staying as is. Okay. So it doesn't change when we do that. I guess that's one way to do it. Let's put it back over here, put this back over there. So that's one way to do it. I don't mind it. I don't mind it at all. What I'll do, I think what we should do is download this, but I don't think they let us download this directly. You have to like copy it. I do like this. So if we do this as a separate thing, so let's do design a contact form. What I'm gonna do is oh, come on, really? I'm gonna make this into a new note. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna have our code here, our HTML. We're gonna have our CSS here, and I'll take a screenshot of this. I think what I can do is use share X, and then what I can do is to view, capture, it's not what I want actually. So you have to like right click on it. Capture a window. Okay, I want to capture preview. That's what we want. Okay. There we go. And that's our preview window. Looks pretty cool. We get a bit there. I think what we can do is we can shrink it. Yeah, there we go. That's pretty cool. And then the HTML, I'll just copy and paste. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. There we go. So that's our... This could be... part of our showcase here. I don't mind it. It looks pretty cool. Nice little contact form. Looks pretty good. Okay. And we can move along. And we're moving along. Lots of stuff to do today. Build a game settings panel. That's only 16 steps, so that's pretty quick. So what we'll do is we'll set that up. Let's get our... actually, let me get daily notes up. So we designed that. We build a game settings panel. And that is going to be 16 steps. So what I'm going to do, get my... set the number of steps here. And we need it to be 16 steps. What do you get? Another day older. And that's what you get. Okay, so that's what we want. Let's have this like pop-up game settings here. Okay. All right. Okay. Whoo boy. We are just putting some reps in on styling with CSS and just kind of messing around here. Kind of messing around. Let's see. So we have these buttons, we have sound effects. There's kind of animation that happens when you click on the button. Pulls it from a background color of white to a orange. I see a little check mark there. Sound effects, background music, hard mode, haptic feedback. This is interesting when you click on these buttons. That's there. Let's start coding. See what we're gonna do here. Let's pop out the preview. And I'll pop the preview out on the left here. Okay. So our HTML here. I'll give ourselves some room here. We'll have at least 80 characters, right? We'll be able to fit everything on there. How about that? How about that now? In this workshop, you will practice styling checkboxes by building a game settings panel. All of the HTML boilerplate has been provided for us, so we only have to do the 16 steps of styling. Let's see. Within the body, we're going to create the div. Oh no, we have to add a few things though. Div element with an HTML or a H1 element inside. And we're going to give that a game settings text in between. There we go. Let's see if we can get this. How far can we get done in the 5 minutes that we have? Immediately after your H1 element, we're going to create label elements, and we're going to do 4 of those. Okay. Inside of each of the elements, there should be an input element, and we're going to have a type set to checkbox. Then after each element, give your label elements the following texts. Okay, so we've set up the basics here. Oops, set up the stuff here. So after the checkbox, we're going to set up a text of sound effects. Gotta give it the old background music. Give it the old hard mode. Give us some haptic feedback. There we go. There we go, there we go, there we go, there we go, there we go. Now we will begin sprucing the page up with some CSS styling. We're going to begin with a body selector. We're going to have to set a height property of 100 VH. Make sure that we have the entire viewport available to us. And a background color that is gray. Oops. But very pale gray. It's almost white. It's an off-white. And the height of 100 VH makes the body take up the full height of the browser viewport, while the light gray background provides a subtle base for the page. And so lastly, we're going to set a text align property with a value of center. And this will center all inline content contained within the page, unless this child element overrides it with its own alignment. It's very nice. Very important to notice. Okay. There we go. Center all text. Okay, that's probably what I should have done otherwise. But I kind of didn't want it to be all centered. Now that the body has been styled, we're going to create a container card for the game settings panel. So we're going to start adding settings card div, add a class of settings card. Okay. It's time to style the settings card container. We're going to create a class selector for settings card, and we are going to set a max width of 250 pixels to define the overall size of the container. And then next we're going to set padding to 20 pixels all the way around so that it's got some space to breathe. The bottom of the container there as well. Okay, so after this we're going to add a rounded border edge of 10 pixels, and then we're going to set a box shadow with 0 in the X offset, 2 pixels in the Y, so dropping it down a little bit, and then have a blur radius of 6 pixels. Oh, that's looking beautiful. And an RGBA value of 0000, just changing the opacity to be 20%. And this will give a subtle lifted look that will create depth in the container. There we go. The settings card selector, we're going to set the margin property to auto all the way around. So auto in the vertical, auto in the horizontal. So this automatically adjusts the margins of an element to evenly distribute the remaining space in its container, commonly used to center block level elements horizontally, but this time it's doing it vertically as well. So it actually doesn't do that vertically, right? We did set the height of 100 VH. Why doesn't it work for the height? That is interesting. So in last, we're going to set a text align property to left. And when we come back, we will finish up building a game settings panel. Okay, let's finish up this game settings panel thing. Let's see. So we need an H1 selector. And we're going to set the text align property to center. And centering our H1 elements. I feel like it's already been centered though, right? I mean, we're going to need some spacing between the checkboxes and the labels. So we're going to begin by using the label selector and set the display to a block. We don't know much about that. We're going to have to learn more about that later on. The margin property is going to be set to 8 pixels in the vertical and automatic in the horizontal. Cool. This adds vertical spacing between the elements. This will create consistent spacing above and below each element, helping to separate content and improve readability. And so then finally, we're going to set the cursor property to pointer on the label elements. Cursor pointer. So when we hover over it, it's going to turn into a pointer. So cool. That's pretty cool. So we'll change cursor to a hand icon when the user hovers over a label. Oops. I don't know why I'm typing. I don't need to type. Signaling that the element is clickable, improving the overall user experience. And so we're moving on to step 9, or halfway there. Next up, you're going to enlarge the checkboxes for better visibility. Begin by setting up the input selector, and we'll do type is checkbox. So we're going to select the checkboxes, and we're going to set a width and the height to both be 20 pixels. So it's a little square, and we want to conform with our cursor setting that was set on the labels. So we're going to add a cursor and add the value of pointer to it as well. So when we hover over the... Oh, that's weird. I'm confused. Okay, so when we hovered over the label, it changed to a pointer, but when we hover over what? So this is the pointer, right? Oh, this is our normal mouse cursor, right? That's what that is? That's the normal mouse cursor, and then the hand is what we're doing, the point. Okay, the hand is the pointer. Ay, ay, ay. I'm confusing myself here. Now we're gonna remove the default checkbox that is applied by browsers inside of our input. We're going to set the appearance to be none. It has no appearance. It clears the appearance the browser applies to checkboxes, allowing us to show the style that we want. So after doing so, since the checkbox won't be visible anymore, we're going to set a border with 2 pixel thickness. 2 pixel in thickness, and we're going to make it a solid. And we're going to do, what kind of color is that? Oh, it's a yellowish. Okay. But we want a radius. We want a border radius on this thing. We want some border radiuses. We're going to set a border radius to 4 pixels. There we go. That looks pretty nifty. And then we want to give a background color of white. There we go. That looks pretty fun. And since we're going to be setting up a custom transition, we're going to set a transition with the value of all 0.3 seconds. So it's going to target everything. So everything smoothly transitions over a rather quick 300 milliseconds there. Now we'll set the vertical align on the buttons. Make sure that they are in the middle there. That doesn't look good to me. Can you do like center? If you do it without, they look terrible. If you do middle. If you do center, it looks better. Like center looks better to me. Then finally, so vertical align property controls how inline block elements align vertically with the surrounding text or other inline elements, often used to adjust the vertical position of elements like images, icons, or text within a line. Let's zoom in on this. Let's make it a little larger. Get a little larger now. Get a little bit larger now. Okay, wait a minute. Maybe this is better. It still doesn't look good, though. It still looks terrible, to be honest. Sound effects, background music, hard mode, haptic feedback. Okay. So in the previous lesson, you learned about pseudo classes and pseudo elements in CSS. You're going to apply that knowledge now by creating a combined type selector with a pseudo class selector. Nice. Okay, so we're gonna have the checked pseudo selector. So we're gonna start the format for the type selector by setting up, selecting inputs where the type is checkbox, and when it's checked, we're gonna give it a background color of F1BE32, which is our orangish yellow or mustard color there. And lastly, we're going to give it a border color of E2 A6OD, a very dark mustard color. Okay. So now when it's checked, transitions to being checked like that. Now we need some kind of check mark there. Now that our checkboxes change color when the user clicks them, we're gonna apply some styling to make it a little more obvious that the checkbox has been selected. So CSS pseudo classes can be chained. We can add one pseudo class or pseudo element after another to target elements that meet multiple conditions. So yeah, we're going to create a new selector that's targeting the checkbox inputs, and it is checked, but then after the checkbox, after it's checked, we're going to insert content. Aha, it's clever. And then what we do, we're going to use an emoticon of the check mark, which I believe is this one. No, it's not. It's a different thing. I don't know. I don't know what it is actually. There we go. So when we click on it, it comes up with that. Now we're gonna have to do some styling of it and some centering, but that's pretty cool looking. So in the declaration for this selector, we're going to set the display to block. And setting the display to block makes the element a block level event, a block level element, meaning that it takes up the full width of its container And starts on a new line. That's interesting. That is, that's what I need to know. Block level element. So with like display block, what does that do? Takes up full width of its container. Starts on a new line. It is choo-choo o'clock right now, allowing you to control its width, height, and spacing more easily. Oh my gosh, that's the way to do it. That's what I should have done in the other thing. That's what I forgot. I didn't know. But we're learning. That's what we do. That's why we do this. We're going to set the text align to be center, and that will now center the checkbox. There, that looks beautiful. We just want to change the color of that, maybe the thickness of it too, right? And we are almost done. One more step to go to finish up. We're going to set a font weight. That's how we're doing it, to bold. Now that makes it nice and big and nice and good there. Oh, that's so good. Now we're going to see it's easier. To make it easier to see, we're going to set it to white. And then that is so cool. That is cool as anything. And then we're going to set the line height to a value of 20 pixels. And then that's it. And then the line height doesn't quite look like it's centered. I don't quite love that. What's up with that? I kind of like it there. I don't really care. I don't really care if you change the pushing it down. I don't like that. Oh well. We'll do what they say, but you know, I like it the other way. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. It's going to refresh here. Turn the progress bar off. We're going to go design a selection page here and finish up our day here. We're almost done with our pomodoros, but we'll keep going to make sure that we finish this up. Let's pop out the preview. Pop that preview. Pop that preview. You know what? I want to put this over here. I want it over here. Do a full selection here. What we want to do first, as I always do, is do a body, and then we'll do the background color. And we always want to have this nice light color for our background color. We have to link our page. That's how I test whether or not it's linked already. We'll do the relationship as style sheet. And we set the href to /styles.css. There we go. And there's our thing there. We should have an h1 element, shouldn't we? I don't know why I control entered that. So the page should have an h1 element. Should have an h1 element. H1, we're going to have feature selection. Oh, we didn't even take a look at what their example is here. Let's see. This example project, we have 6 different cards, and when we hover over them, it gives us this kind of nice... oh, that's interesting. Oh, I'm hearing my voice echoed back to me. I'm going to turn that off. For some reason, I was monitoring. When was that? That's been going on the whole time. That's weird. Okay. When we hover over, I hope that didn't like bleed over into the mic and make it echo. When we hover over, we change the border color, and we add a box shadow that looks like it's only in the down, but then we have a spread radius going out as well. With a blur radius on that. Okay, cool. So we're gonna have 6 different cards that we're gonna make. And then inside of each card, we're gonna have a checkbox element. And then we're gonna have a cloud storage. I want to do that trick where we do that animation thing. What was it? All with 0.3 seconds was what it was, and it was a transition. Do a transition on the status of whether or not it's checked and unchecked, if it transitions between those two states. Cloud storage. So we gotta have a like an H2 element or something like that with some other text here underneath. Okay, they're gonna tell us what the user stories are for this, and we're gonna get started here. So it's functionally similar, but we're gonna give it our own style. So the page should have a div element. So after the H1, we're gonna make a div element with a class of feature card container. Okay. The page should have at least 2 label elements. I think we can go with more. And it should be easy to add more, right? So yeah, let's start with the 2, and then we'll build up from there. And each should have a class of feature card. And you know what I'll do? I'll just copy this. We'll just copy that. Each of the element labels should have an input element. Let's just do that. Should it be inside of that? Input element of type checkbox. Okay, we're gonna set that, and then what I'll do is copy it, create a selector that targets the checkboxes. So what we're gonna have, feature cards. So we have feature selections. What features should we have? So with my yeah. How about we do this? We have inside of the label, we'll have, oh my gosh, though, because what we're doing here, it's weird, it's different. Okay, so it's unusual, right? Okay. Okay, let's just go by what they wish from us right now. I'm just trying to get some ideas here, and I don't want to like think too far ahead. So we want a selector that targets the boxes. So we're going to do an input type of checkbox. And we're going to set the appearance to none. So they should be styled with a border width. Let's do 2 pixels. We're going to make it look nice. Let's do solid, and let's do some kind of gray. Let's do the gray, I think. Or you know what? Let's do the 001E3B. That will be it. Oh my god, they're tiny. They should have a border width and style of your choosing. So that's fine. I think that what we want from these, though, is that we want them to be a little bit bigger. So I think what we want is inside of their containers, we want them to maybe take up 10% of the width, but then There are these container width things, which is really nice now that they're adding that to CSS. Kevin Powell's been talking about that, and CQ things, I think they are, like CQWs and CQHs. Is that a thing we can do? 1% of the container height. So we can do it as the width, and then I can do the height as the same 1% of the container width. Now, this shouldn't work. Well, this is what they're telling us, that they don't want us to do this. Let's do 10%. 10%. These are huge. They're huge. They're huge boxes. Let's do 5, maybe 5%. Still looks pretty good. Pretty big. Let's do 3. Okay, we're gonna have to make cards or something here. But okay, but then we want a border radius, I think, of 1 rem. How about 1 m? Yeah, 1 m, I think, is nice. 0.1 m. I don't know. Let's just do, I guess, 5 pixels. That's fine. It's fine. And then when it's checked, what we want from it is that we want the content to be the check mark, and we still have a check mark in our whatchamacallit. So when we check it, nothing's happening. Shouldn't something happen? Should something happen here? Let's zoom in a little bit. Something should happen. I feel like it should. Container width is not increasing, which is funny. For each one element, what we want to do with that is to center it. So we want text to be aligned in the center. Here we go. We also want this to have a font family of knee wave. We also want the weight to be as thick as it can be, and that's about where it is. We can make it thinner, but I don't think we can make it large, make it thicker. We can make it thinner, but not thicker. 700? I think 600 might be the maximum that we have. I don't think that's doing anything. Yeah, 500. 600, I think, is the max that we have. It doesn't seem to be doing anything beyond that. I think it's 600. We might as well just make sure that it's set at the maximum in case it's or where it's set right now. Add some letter spacing to be 10% of that, and then the font size will maybe set to 1. Let's set it to 2 rem. 3 rem? 3 rem. I don't know. And we're done with the pomodoros for today. Give yourself a hand if you've been playing along at home. I'll just keep the font size what it is. Should we do text decoration? Oh, that's cool, actually. Oh, I like that. That is so fun. Okay, let's do it like that, and then show a border width, color, and style of your choosing. So we have that. What we want to do then with this is that we want the checkbox to be that. So when the background color of the checkbox should change to a color of your choosing. Maybe it's not changing the right color. It should be black, though. It should be. Oh, that's why it's not working. We have to do the after it's checked. Content is going to be there. Okay. Oh, but it's not working because we need it to be checked. Okay. It moves down for some reason. I don't understand that part. That's fine. Inputs text. That's the general format. When you click on it, when it's checked, we want our background to be 4589, I think is what it is. So when you click on it, it does change, but it doesn't fill it. That's weird. Container height 1. So if we get rid of this, is that what's happening? We click on these things. It's so weird. I don't know what's happening here. It's gotta be like vertical align or something. That does keep it in the same spot. Problem is, it's not filling its container. It's checked. The container's not increasing. There's 3 times the container width, so that's the problem, right? So we're not changing the container width. We need the container. We need the container width then. Still not working though, so we want it to be 100% of the container. So weird indeed. Check after. So how about when it is checked, we'll do that. Type equals checkbox, but then that's inserting stuff, so it's not necessarily this here. What we need to do is to do this, right? So oops. There we go. When it's checked, fills up. Okay. We want text align to be center, and we want the color to be D8 EBFF. We select. There it goes. That looks beautiful. The text align did not work. Text align center. It's not display block, right? Okay. Maybe it is. Okay, you got to display block and then text align center. Okay, well that works. That looks so good. Okay. Looks really good. Looks really cool. I think we do want this to be bigger though. So I am very confused because I don't know how to. Okay, so we want 3 times the container width. 3 times the container width. Right, maybe we want it more. I don't know yet. 5? 5. Let's go with 5. We do it like this. Check mark is not quite there. We want the font size to be 2 rem, maybe? Maybe not that much. Get rid of this stuff just for a second to see where it's actually going. Yeah, so let's do 1.5 and looks pretty good. I think what we want to do, actually we want 1.5M. Okay, 1.5M looks good. So we want text align to be center. Okay, it's not quite working. Display block. That looks pretty good. I think what you want to do is to do vertical align middle. Yeah, I don't know. What did we do for the other thing? I just did it, and I can't remember it. That's the brain. That's the ADHD brain for you. Where are we anyway? Which things do we have? Label element should have text. Of course it should. And then everything else is basically the same, but the border of the checkbox should change to our choosing. So after it's checked, border color should change to 0080FF, so that when we select it, it should go to that. Or maybe we can do 89C4. Oops. FF. Cool. I like that. That's nice. Oh, we want to change the box shadow thing. That's what we wanted to do. They just want us to do this short thing, but I want to go above and beyond. So let's go back here. We want our label to have some... See, that's not even what they wanted, though. We want the label to have some text. But they have these cards. These cards are cool. The cards are cool. So I'm just... Okay, inside of the label, we have an input checkbox, but then inside of the label, I think maybe what we want to do is to do something like this. Oops. Inside of the label, we have the checkbox up there in the upper right, right? We want like an H2 element inside of here. It should have text. It's gonna have text inside of here. Oh, wait a minute. So it's a feature card. We haven't even played with the feature card stuff. Let's just set up some feature card stuff first. So after here, feature card stuff. First off, I mean, we want a box shadow of, or we want a border, right? They have a border? Yeah, they have a border of like gray. They have a grayish border, so we'll do something like that. Let's do 3 pixels, solid, and we'll do the same styling with the color, or you know what? Yeah. Oh my gosh. That's why we're not using these. The container, it's going to make it bigger than the container. It doesn't, that's not what we want. What we want is 20 pixels, or border radius we're going to have as, let's say, 20 pixels. And we want some text inside. Oh, okay. Okay, but the problem is what we want is this to actually be 04589. There we go. We actually want it lighter, don't we? Don't we want it to be 8.9 C4FF? Yeah, I think we do. Okay, wait a minute. That should be the way. That should be the color where we select it. D8 EBFF. Does it? No. Let's just do like light gray for the second. For the moment. We'll do S10. I think I actually would like it to be like 15, but we need to add some content inside of there. Feature card, and then there's something up there. There's text that's supposed to be inside, but it's not inside of that label thing. Oh, I see, because we have to be inside the feature card container. Label is the feature card. Feature card container. Oh, wait, no. We should be inside here. Feature card is not quite working, though. I think maybe we need to set, like, width equal to, like, 40%. Oh, no. Okay, this isn't working. So I'm not sure what we're doing here. If I just do text inside of there, does that will work? It just doesn't let us, doesn't like it when we put other stuff inside of there. Okay. So they like it like that, but then you can't add divs inside of a label. That would be so weird, wouldn't it? Okay. How are they doing this? They're not doing this with labels, I can tell you that much. They're using this, they're using divs. So why are we using divs? Label element should have labeled text. First text box, text card. First card here is. God, can we put paragraph stuff inside? No. Oh my gosh, it does not like that. You can only nest an input thing inside of there. Oh gosh. They are... All right. Well, whatever. Like, we can pass the test. That passes. All right, I need to, oh God, that looks terrible. Okay. That looks awful. See, the thing is, this isn't what they're... We should be able to do this. This is something that's definitely in our wheelhouse. It's just that the user stories are not... It's not going to work, right? So, like, I could do this. I could put that stuff up on there. But then the other thing I want to do is have, like, feature card container. I think what I want to do is have another div inside. And here is where, this is where I want to have a class of, you know, card. And then inside of the card, I want my my checkbox element. Or we'll just say type. I want my checkbox element there. So what we'll do is inside of, let's get rid of the instructions. Inside of the feature card and card, we'll get the same thing. Width is going to be 40%. Doesn't even matter. We want a specific height because we want it to fit the content, I think. So we have this input checkbox, right? I don't know how you're selecting this stuff either. You have to like have this like name associated with it as well, and I don't know how it's going to like send that data. It's just something that you're going to link up with JavaScript or something. So let's do an H1 or an H2 element inside of here, and inside of here we're going to have like card information. That's lovely. Okay, that's what they're doing. So then inside of our card H2s is going to be oh gosh, okay. I think card, what we want for card and for this other one is to have some padding inside. We just want like 20 pixels inside of padding. Okay, that's good. It's good for the first thing. Are we still passing? We are still passing. It's good for the first thing. We have this here. We have that card. So inside of here, I think what we want to do is to do half of the container width. Oh, that's weird. Why is that? This should be 5%. It shouldn't be 5 times, right? Container query. How do we do the container with? Container queries, right? No, it's not container. It's not container. Relative units. Styling basics, I think was where it was, right? Points and pixels, EMs, PXs. We had ones that were relative to we had ones that were relative to something, and I thought it was better. But they do this with that. Interesting. Values and units. Character units. Relative units, I was looking for those. I don't know if we have access to all the things though. Relative length units, I think is what we're looking for. Like relative height and stuff. So, oh gosh. What are these? What is VI and VMAX, VMin, VW? Viewport width, we know that, but what's VB, VI? Let's take a look at the viewport units. 1% of a query container's height. Oh, okay, so I'm not quite using those correctly. 1% of, yeah, I don't think I'm using those correctly. That's okay. Where's the VI stuff? Where are those? Viewport height. Viewport height? Can I search for... I don't know. We have VH, dynamic viewport height. Oh, VI is viewport size and the root elements inline axis. Larger dimension, smaller dimension. Viewports. Vmax and Vmin. Oh, that might be what we want. That might be what we want. Okay, because then... No, because we want it with the container. What about container units? No. I don't know how to use those. All right, so a query container is something different, though. You need to, like, do a query with greater than container size and then do a style sheet of that. Oh my gosh. Okay, I'm just getting all sorts of messed up with trying to figure this stuff out. Okay, so we shouldn't do that. I guess we will just do just like 20 pixels, I guess. When you select it, it is that, whatever. I don't like it. I don't really like it. What if we do 1M and then 1M as that? That might work. That might work. Okay, let's do that. And at least that way we can like control the size. We can control the, whatchamacallit. Can I set this back to being there? Okay, there we go. That's not bad. That's not bad indeed. Let's see, border radius and then the height of this. We can change the font size for that. That looks good. I'm just gonna go with that. And so how did we end up with the checked thing? I think we ended up with a transition. And we did all of 0.3 seconds. Is that what we did? Yeah, okay. That's nice. That is nice. Okay, we do want some margins around these cards here. We want a margin of, let's do 2 rem and do auto. Why does it not separate it? So feature card and then card. So 40% is what we want for that. It's not bad. I don't want it to take up the full width, though, of the container. What we want is for it to be a flex thing, right? Display. So I think feature card container is what I want to target. And we want a display of, let's say, flex. Okay. But we want padding on the inside to be like 20 pixels. Okay, so we have some pixels on the inside. Maybe we want it to be based off of the viewport width, or maybe... Yeah, I think that's nice. 10% of the viewport width. And then card-wise. So we would essentially like this to be a grid. I just don't know how to use grid right now. So I'm screwed. Feature container. So this looks good though. This like transition to there. That looks really cool. I don't like the first and second card thing. I want some padding. Outside of the card. That's the padding on the inside of the card. What I want is margin. Right? Just do 20 pixels, or let's do 10%. Okay. I don't want it that much. How about 1%? 1% is good? Okay, so... the appearance is none. This is there. The align is in the middle, and then the... Ooh. Oh, that's weird. Can you do negative? So negative puts it in there. The thing is, the relative positioning is what I want. I want the position to be like to the right. If we justify self to the right, does that work? No, it doesn't. How about align self to the right? No, that doesn't work. Yeah, so weird though. So we have card information. So inside of the card, we have this, and then we want some like little paragraph information. And then we can just say like, here is information about the card that is displayed right now. Yeah. And then the padding on the card, we want like to be like 2% maybe. 2% looks good. I think we want, I don't know how to move that element over. It's the right there. Oh, maybe it was with that. Maybe it was with the label, because we're inside the feature card, you're inside there. You could do text inside of there with the first and second card. Basically what we wanted the first card and then second card Oops. Okay. The vertical align of the checkbox was right? No, it's middle. What about horizontal align? No? No? No such thing? No such thing as horizontal align? No? Okay. I've got to give up in a minute. On hover over feature card. Hover over feature card. So let's put that up over here. We're going to do a box shadow. 000 with a 5 pixel spread radius. I don't even think it needs to be that. 0.1 rem, maybe, or 0.1 m, what the feature card is. And we want it to be D or 0080FF. We hover. No, it doesn't work, really? Oh, it works on these ones. Feature card. Oh, okay, because I want it on card. Feature card. Yeah, that's fine. So it is, okay, so that does kind of look like that, but we also want to change the border. How did they change the border? The border also changes that color. We also want a spread radius or a blur radius on this. So we have 0.1 m. We want that to be like that. And I think what we should do, let's just do it 3 pixels, like 5 pixels of a spread. Okay, that's pretty cool. I like that. I like that. I think it's a little too far, so let's do 2. We'll do a longer blur radius. That's nice. And then it cuts it off nicely. But then what we want the border color to also be 0080FF. There we go. There it is. There it is. Very cool. So we can hover over the card. Now the problem is, like, I want to be able to click on the card and do that. This one I can click on the card. So how is it that I'm able to... Okay, well, maybe this is what I want. Maybe this is what I want. I want this cover, and I want feature card cover. And so I can select it when I hover over. The problem is I can't put all that other text in there. So how do I do that? You can't put a div inside of there, right? Or can I? Can I? Can I do this? Oh, wait a minute. I can. Oh. 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 Okay. Wait, so we put an H2 in here. And then we can put some paragraph stuff here. Is that what we're doing? Oh, why is it containing that though? So div class, feature card container. We have feature card in there. Oh, because I didn't close it. There we go. That's it. Maybe that was the problem. Maybe I just didn't do things right. Some text and some text there. Now, how do I select the... Okay, wait a minute. So now I don't have to have this feature card stuff or the card stuff. We can just get rid of that card stuff. Feature card container and get rid of this card. This is actually, I'm very excited that I like, okay, the checkbox is checked. It should change to the background color of my choosing. Okay. We also want on hover, we also want the cursor to be a pointer. So that looks cool. Okay. There's something we're missing, even though I think that we already have everything. We want it to be functionally similar to this. I think what would happen is if I add another one, or if I just do like this and then that. Okay, so we have second card and third card. If I do third card, fourth card. Okay, wait a minute. So, ooh, that's the problem though. We need to do something else with this. Flex. Text centered. Display is flex. If I get rid of flex, what if you did inline block? I think because the width is centered here, and we'll just go min width is going to be what if we did it as viewport width? 40% of the viewport width. It's going to be fit content. Can I get rid of that? Basically, I can. I can basically get rid of that. 2% of the padding. Or we can do 2 rem. 1 rem all around. 1 M all around. 1 M all around is fine. Oh my gosh. Okay, so how do I do this? How do I separate these? Got 10% of the viewport width there. I got 40% of the viewport width with a card. The min width we want is 40% of the viewport width. Oh, wait. 300 pixels. It doesn't bleed over. That's the problem. Why doesn't it? Why doesn't it move to the next line? Okay, so this is in block, which I'm not sure helps. Yeah, that's fine. Takes up the width of its container. Content is that. Center align 1.2. That looks pretty good. Wait, what are we doing? Okay. Max width is that. Min width. Why doesn't it go over to the next thing? Was it because I said like position was relative for the checkbox or something? No, didn't I change it? Didn't I? Vertical align of the checkboxes, minimal center, transition there. And checking it. Does that appearance none? Okay, it's weird. Border radius is that. When we hover, that looks really nice. Everything looks pretty good. What is it saying when I do this? Maybe that's the problem. When the checkbox is checked, the background color of the checkbox should change to a color of your choosing. Checkbox checked, checkbox after. So the background color does change. Background color of the box or the background color of the checkbox does. It does work. It does do that. I don't understand. Input type checkbox, input type checkbox. Why would it not work? Okay, the max width is 40% of the viewport width. Get rid of that. It gets all fucked up. Why, though? Flex handles this, though. Flex seems to handle this nicely. But it just doesn't go to the next line. If I do flex, flex direction and do columns. No? Flex direction column works. What if I did margin auto for both of these? We want a margin though. We want, let's say we want 0 or we want auto on that one and we want like 1 rem this way. Why does it not go to the next line? Why does it not go to the next container? So is it because of our flex card container? And if we do display flex here, does that do anything? No, that's not what we want. Display here, we want lock. No, that doesn't help. What default? Display flex. Padding is 10% of the viewport. What if we did 10 pixels? Okay. Feature card container. Do 1 rem. There, how about 2 rem? So we have 4 cards up on there. I know they wanted... So, wait a minute. Wait, what if we set H2 elements? No, that doesn't work. I don't get it. I don't get it. Display block. We're just not there yet. We're just not there skill-wise. We just don't understand layouts yet. That's all. I gotta stop. Just beating my head up against the wall. We're very close. We're very close to mimicking this. The problem is that we're just not there. We're just not there. H2 elements, we want to have a font family of caveat brush. And we also want to center the text. Okay, there. And feature card container. What if we did margin 0 auto? 0 auto with the margin. Did auto with there and then auto there. I don't think we want fit content, right? Is that what I said? Did I still have fit content set somewhere? No, somehow I got rid of it. Margins auto for the feature card. So inside of the feature card, we want paragraphs to be centered as well. So basically, every descendant of feature card, we want to be centered, or no? That's not true. That's not true at all. Paragraph elements we want to be centered though. Okay. It's just the overflow is not working. Why? Why can't it fit? Wait, if I did it to fit content, would that work? No. Ooh. Wait. Wait. Might be onto something here. Doesn't quite bleed over to the next thing though. Some text, some other text. Provided from the first card. So that does kind of work as min width is like bit content. It's just not, why is it not going over to the next? CSS flex, not, not organizing on the next line. So can we do flex wrap? Is that what it is? Oh, wait. This might be it. This might be it. So we want flex. Bingo, bango, bongo. Margin of 0 in the height. Let's do an auto, I guess. Okay. Well, The feature card container is going to be there. The auto in the top. We also want one rem in the top. Haha, this might be what we look for. The minimum width is fitting the content. Minimum width, I think what we want then is we want to say 40, the viewport width. And then that does that. So maybe we would just want to make it a little bit smaller. There we go. Okay. Wait. Why is it not bleeding over with the feature card 35 viewport width? There it is. Okay. Max width is that. We could just set the width to 35 viewpoint width, right? We just do it like that. Okay. Wait a minute. We wanted to margin auto this, so center display with there. So shoot. Okay, wait a minute. We want to center this with block. Block won't work, but flex will do that. Wrap around. How do we center it? How do we center that label? Or center the cards? How do we center the cards again? Auto fills it. Okay, so that's it. Okay, that is very cool. Okay, I think we got there in the end. I think we got there most of the way. The other thing is I don't know where to put that checkbox. It's fine up in the upper left. This is cool. This is really cool. Nice. The only other thing I would like to do is to maybe change the feature, the paragraph font. So font. Let's do Avaria. Sans Libra. There we go. That's pretty cool. I like that. That is nifty. Okay. That's pretty cool. Okay, I'm gonna save this stuff and take a picture of this one. So I think what we can do, I think I can do alt print screen, and that does. Yes, it does. Nice. Okay, and that does that one. So what we'll do is we'll design a feature page, feature selection page. We'll move this on over to our web development folder, and this is our homework here. Add a tag in a minute. We want to paste that image in there, and then we're gonna copy this. Let's just limit it to 300. There we go. I don't know why it goes dark when we, and then you have to get a hover. Something with the theme or something like that. Okay. This has been a very fun day, I gotta say. This has been very fun. So that is the thing we made. Open it in new tab. There it is. That's the thing we made. Isn't that cool? Isn't that cool? Haha, it looks pretty good. And does it scale? Is it responsive? That's the question. Reasonably. There's this minimum padding. We gotta like do something with the minimal the min width. Or at least with the minimal margin. So when they come together, Yeah, they're starting to. So we need like we need a margin for them. But this isn't bad. This isn't a bad responsive layout here. Need to work on the accessibility, but not a bad start. Not a bad start to that one. You know, I might use that as a base for looking at building some other stuff. That was really cool. Okay, we got to review what we did today and call it a day. So let's go back to our page here. We will sign off here for the day. Wow, what a cool day. What a cool day this has been. A very, very cool day. Let's get up the vertical there. There we go. So we're done with the pomodoro. Let's just hide that pomodoro for the second here. I'm gonna want to do a toggle the pomodoro on and off as well. Yeah, okay. Pomodoro visibility on that. Yeah, okay. All right, so that's it for the day. Let me sign off here. Okay, well, we haven't gotten everything done today, but we did most of what we wanted to get done today, but we've got so much more to get to. And we will see how much we will learn at the end of these 90 days. But we have done 12 days so far. So that's it for now. And I hope that you are doing well with your own journeys. And yeah, today we reviewed CSS Colors. We looked at best practices for styling forms. We designed a registration form. We designed a contact form. We designed a feature selection page. And we built a game settings panel. Lots of hands-on activities today. Really flexing those, getting those reps in for playing around with all these features and stuff. So that's it for today. I will see you back here on Friday for day 13. It's Friday the 13th. Oh no. Well, Friday the day 13th for us. So we'll see you later. Ta-ta for now.